Hello everyone, welcome to On the Bias Design. My name is Jack Weiss. I'm a designer here at On the Bias Design. Today you are tuned into a Adobe Illustrator tutorial, specifically Adobe Illustrator for fashion design. We're just going to design a concept collection and kind of use it as a means in which to showcase how to use Adobe Illustrator, specifically how to use our design assets, and specifically how to use our full catalog bundle, which will be the focus of this video. For those of you who already have it, you can use yours and follow along, or if you're interested or just are learning about it, you can kind of see what this is. This is a full bundle of all of our fashion design assets. It's over 600 plus garments. It's composed of over 600 garments, which are themselves composed of over 3,500 fully editable vector flat sketches for fashion design. And we're going to go ahead and give a tour of this design bundle in a little bit so you can see what that includes. But basically that includes every single design asset we've ever released, and includes all of our future design assets, things like brushes, trims and additions, patterns, outerwear, etc. And it includes all future updates. As this video is going to be published, we are working on women's wear, bags, and shoes. So yeah, that will be the main tool we'll be using in this video. And one other thing that we're going to be using in this video that we're definitely going to need to bring note to is if you go here under resources and go to Illustrator shortcut, this is on thebiasdesign.com, by the way, you can open this free PDF. I already have it open here, but this will be a free PDF of the most essential Adobe Illustrator shortcuts, because the whole point of these design assets is to really allow yourself to become a more efficient designer and save more time, whether it's for a better work-life balance or to create collections with a faster turnaround time, or whatever your motivations are. These are tools that really are meant to help you save time and become a better designer. And Adobe Illustrator shortcuts are a great way to do that because they allow you to complete actions in a faster manner. We have the most essential shortcuts for Windows and Mac. They're basically the same, but we'll be talking about those more in depth in the video. And the concept collection today is inspired by Take Ivy, which is a book from the 60s. Obviously, it's been reprinted many times, but basically it was from, I think, 1965. A group of young people from Japan went to college campuses in the United States, Ivy League schools, and they took a bunch of pictures of the styles they saw. So we're going to be using this as a kind of reference point. We'll have some images. I definitely recommend adding this to your library if you haven't already, and you can check out, we have a blog post on top books for fashion designers, so you can go ahead and check that out on our website as well. But let's go ahead and jump into Adobe Illustrator and we can start designing. All right, we're here in Adobe Illustrator. Before we start, I'm going to go ahead and give a kind of file tour of the full catalog bundle for those who wish to see it. And like I said, I added timestamps, so if you want to go straight into designing, straight into the tutorial aspect, that's okay. I'm just going to give a quick tour on the full catalog bundle so you can kind of see how it's organized, how it's set up. So when you download this on our website, you'll get an instant, or when you buy it on our website, you'll get an instant download from the OTB Full Catalog Vector Flat Bundle. You'll get an email, a download link immediately upon purchase, and what you'll receive is a zip file like this. It is 16 gigabytes, so make sure you have enough room on your computer. And what you can go ahead and do is download that and open it up. You might have to unzip it. And this is divided into 4 main files: individual flats, brushes and additions, full catalog bundle group files, and OTB Tech Pack template and croquis figures. And of course a thank you note, because we appreciate anybody who supports us. So we have here the individual flats. These are just individual of each garment in the individual files. So for example, you have the beret in here. You have the Photoshop, Illustrator, EPS, PNG, JPEG, PDF, etc., transparent background PNG. So what you can do with that is once you have the full catalog bundle downloaded, you can go ahead and search up, beret, and you can see we have it here. So, perfect. It's conveniently locatable. And then we have the brushes and additions file. We'll go over this more comprehensively on how to use it later. But what this is this is all trims, brushes, necklines, tags, flat sketches of accessories, different drawstrings, different pocket types that you can go ahead and take from later. There's so many that my computer's having some issues. It's lagging a little bit. That's what happens when you record things and try to do them at once. But yeah, just to give you an idea of how much is in this. There's a lot in here. We have all the brushes here, all the technical call outs here. So if you want to, you have a certain neckline you want to emphasize, these are all technical call outs, sweater necklines, hoods, some other necklines, etc. You can get creative with these. We have patterns. So we have, like single onion quilts, you're just stressing, fading overlays, mesh, vertical straight quilt, single diamond quilt, V2 single diamond quilt, horizontal straight quilt, all kind of fun things that will help you design more efficiently. You can get creative with these. So that's the OTB, and we'll be talking more about this later. We're going to use this in probably this tutorial, and if not, for sure future ones. Moving on to the next thing. Oh, sorry, forgot this one almost. So this is the OTB top shirt creation kit. This is bodices of bunch of different kind of garments, and then we have necklines here, just a bunch of different necklines, and a bunch of different bodices, so you can kind of create your own style of top, basically your own style of garment top. And we'll play around with this later, but you can use this to create probably literally tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of different types of garments pretty easily. And we'll talk about this a little bit later on, probably as we design our collection. So that's that. We have an Adobe Illustrator and EPS version. Let's see what's in the next one. So these are bundle groups. If you're designing whole collections and kind of just playing around, I'd recommend starting with these, and we can go over each one. They're divided into category, and there's an EPS, Photoshop, and of course Illustrator file for each. Here we have the headwear, and we'll just go over each one quickly so you can kind of see how much is in it. We have balaclavas, various hats, and we'll try to make these fairly quickly. I don't want to bow you, but yeah, long sleeve tops. And then there's outlined and unoutlined. We'll talk about that more in a little bit, but unoutlined is going to have more malleability. It's going to be easier to change. So you can see we have different silhouettes of long sleeve tops. These are the long sleeve tops groups. Different kind of polos, different kind of flannels, different kind of baseball tees, different kind of jerseys, button shirts, all that kind of thing. Double layer tees, fun stuff. Western button shirts, even all kind of creative things. Next category is miscellaneous flats. These are kind of miscellaneous things, socks and underwear, etc., for all the undergarments needs of your brand. Next we have, one second, outerwear. This is one of my favorite groups. This one's big. Let's hope this loads pretty quickly. It's a pretty big group. Yeah, it's going to take a little bit to read. This is, I believe, over 100 styles of outerwear garments, jackets, coats, blazers, windbreakers, military style outerwear, bomber jackets, puffer coats, etc. And as you can see, it's taking a tiny bit to load. I promise you, your computer will be okay. It's just I'm doing this on a laptop while I'm also screen recording and have Illustrator running, so I don't recommend doing that. But yeah, as you can see, we have a lot of jackets here, and we can start taking a closer look at some of them. in a second. Probably should have opened the unoutlined one, but it's okay. So, yeah, as you can see, we have trench coats, double-breasted jackets, zip track jackets, vests, fishtail parka jackets. I'm really excited about these. I hope you guys make some cool stuff with these. I'm really proud of these, actually. And we have collared crop jackets, coach jackets, different kind of vests, Sherpa vests, etc., etc., etc. Hooded teddy jackets. These are fun. These are fun. Look at the texture on these. Beautiful. Beautiful. Side views on some of them. And they all have callouts. They all have technical callouts. So you can go ahead and go into the editions bundle or the editions pack that's included in this one. And you can go ahead and change out the tags. And don't worry, we'll be doing that for sure. You have the T-snap pullover, zip fleece jacket, some workwear jackets, hooded workwear jackets, varsity puffer jackets like Supreme style. You got the Moncleeses, the puffers on deck, NASCAR style racing jackets, bunch of bomber jackets. I love this one, the B3, cropped racing button jacket. Sorry, the varsity jacket. Bunch of jean jackets, different fits of jean jackets, get oversized fits, Sherpa lined, etc. That's outerwear. And the way it works is, so you see all these groups, right? And it'd be inconvenient to grab every single one. So you can just go ahead and click the one item, and then that will give you the whole group. So you can go ahead and copy and paste that into whatever document you're working into. But we can give a demo of that in a little bit. So there's the outerwear. Was a little bit grueling on my computer, but he's okay. And then we have pants. We'll go ahead and do pants quickly, and this is all the different kind of pants that we have in the bundle. Dozens of different kinds of pants, as you can see, and then also full body jumper suits as well. This is the unoutlined version. We'll go over outlined versus unoutlined in a little bit. Excuse me, all different kind of flat front pants, cargo pants, convertible, parachute, elastic fit, parachute pants, quilted pants, more cargo, bondage cargo, baggy, double knee, all kind of carpenter, bell bottom, stacked, skinny fit, slim fit, etc. Just really anything you could need. Everything's labeled too, so if you don't know what a certain style is, it's right here. And you can use that same language in your tech packs or whatever. Like raw edge flare cargo pants. Like, look at that texture. Look at those details. But yeah, those are the pants. And again, everything is grouped, so you can just go ahead and grab it and go. Just make sure you don't actually delete it. I would keep this file the same, but we can talk about that more in a little bit. So, because it's going to ask you, do you want to save changes? I would say no. So if you move anything in this, so then it keeps it in its original state. So when you open it, it's like it is when you got it. Short sleeve and sleeveless tops, same thing. Which one is this? Unoutlined, we'll do this one. This one as well. This is just the short sleeve versions of most of the long sleeve ones we've already seen. Of course, you have to have your t-shirts. Always got to have your t-shirts. And you'll notice you have some different variations here. Like this one has bias tape here, while this one just has an overlock finish. So you can select what you need. You see we have like side views, some just variation. All the views you could possibly need for your t-shirts, for your shirts. Like a roll neck, oversized t-shirt, just different labels. Got polos on deck, football jerseys, baseball jerseys. Here you'll notice got a couple different hem styles, so you can pick what's most relevant to your design, what you feel like doing. Side views for both. Colored football jersey, scoop neck t-shirts. Basically everything you can need. And then we got tank tops down here and basketball jerseys. Fun stuff. And we have a couple more of the group files. Shorts group. this is all the shorts in our full catalog bundle. Again, we have dozens of different kinds of shorts. This includes over 600 garments. We got some carpenter shorts and some double knee shorts, different fits, mesh shorts, different lengths, different variations. You know, got some piping here. Got basketball shorts, different style here. Retro basketball shorts always have the side view. You know, released fit kind of capri shorts, creased chino work shorts, safari shorts, different kind of cargo shorts, Bermuda flat front shorts, different kind of cut off jean shorts. I got the distressed edge, got the rolled edge, different kind of fits that you could need. Got a slim fit tapered cuff kind of jean short, got a loose cut off raw edge jean short. You can really get creative with these. I mean, any kind of short you can need is here basically. I mean, you got the ultra baggy Jinko jean shorts. We got different fits of these kind of just simple elastic weight shorts that you can kind of make any material you want, whether it's jersey, whether it's fleece, whether it's French terry. Just zoomed in a ton. You know, here's like rolled edge shorts. These would be good for French terry shorts, like vintage shorts. We even have a couple style of running shorts. We're gonna make and again, I'll go ahead and do this. So again, the On the Bias Design full catalog bundle, it includes updates for life. So your email will automatically, whatever email is associated with your purchase, will automatically receive updates. We're probably gonna do monthly updates to start. So you'll receive those monthly updates to your email, the email that was used to purchase the full catalog bundle. So if that email changes, just make sure to write us info@onthebiasdesign.com and we'll fix it. So we'll jump back into Illustrator. So yeah, those are all the shorts. And I believe it's sweaters. Oh, we also have sweatshirts. We're going to go over sweaters in a little bit. So yeah, we have all the different sweatshirts as well. We have them divided into, this is one's going to take a little bit to open. We have slim fit sweatshirts, regular fit sweatshirts, and oversized fit sweatshirts. We don't need to go over every single category, but this will kind of give you an idea of the sweatshirts. Yeah, we didn't really come to play with the sweatshirts. I think there's like maybe 200 sweatshirts or 180 sweatshirts or something like that. So like here you have like oversized fit raw edge sweatshirt or cropped hoodie, zip Baja hoodie, short sleeve oversized hoodie, short sleeve crew neck, collared, zip collar, balaclava, etc. And it just goes into raglans and crew necks and flat lock crew neck, raglan, and you know, quarter zip and all kinds of things, all kind of fun things. It'd be kind of redundant to go over every category, so we're gonna go ahead and go over the sweaters now. Quick commercial break. I just wanted to bring attention to the fact that we actually offer free twice weekly Adobe Illustrator classes / workshops. You can find these on our website and book one on our website at onthebiasdesign.com /classes, or you can just go to home, go to resources and classes. This is a free twice weekly Zoom class that I teach every Tuesday and Thursday, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. You can go ahead and book, and you can actually leave notes in the information. So if you have a specific question, you can go ahead and type that here. You'll get a link emailed to you, and you can also DM us or message us anywhere with any questions you might have before, and then we can do our best to answer them in the class. Spaces are limited, so make sure you sign up online. But yeah, I hope to see you there. If you have any questions after the video, you can join the next session and hopefully get your question answered there. Okay, so let's take a look at these sweaters now. My favorite category, perhaps. I'm excited to see what you guys can do with these. So obviously we have the sweaters again, EPS, Photoshop, and Illustrator. I always recommend using Illustrator. That's kind of what this was made for. But yeah, you can go ahead and double click to open that. And this is going to be all the sweaters. I believe there's 45 different kinds. Have some fun things like commando sweaters, officer sweaters, slim fit, kind of turtleneck sweaters, shawl collar, etc. Zip cowichan. These are some sweaters you don't really see vector flats for, so I'm kind of excited to offer those because I don't really see flats for those ever. You know, things like full zip sweaters, got the double zipper there. Again, technical call outs, so you can add you know, your tag details, your logos, and we'll be going over how to edit these as well, so don't worry, we'll go over those in the tutorial as well. Different kind of fits, like here's a cropped oversized fit, and these are all labeled too, so you'll know what it is you're looking at. So yeah, this is the sweater one. This is perhaps my favorite. Here we got mock neck, oversized crop fit, just different fits, you know, cardigans, different kind of cardigans. So and then we got a bunch of crew neck just sweater vests as well, different varieties. So whatever you need, it's here in the sweater. And then we can go ahead and take a look at the remainder of the full catalog bundle. There's, like I said, there's the two other categories of sweatshirts. There's the slim fit and the regular fit. There's basically the same as the oversized, just the different fits. So you can take what's best for your project or your designs or your collection, whatever you need. And then lastly, but not least, of course, there's a thank you note. That's last, but we don't need to read that. You can read that when you get yourself the full catalog bundle. And then we have the tech pack templates and the croquis figures. We have Illustrator and PDF for each of them. And these are going to be 8.5 by 11 standard A2 print size. That's standard legal paper print size. So if you were to print these on your computer, this is basically what size they'd be. This is going to go ahead and open up. This is a 19-page tech pack template. Open it twice. Oops. But yeah, it's a 19-page tech pack template. If you want to see our oh wow, I clicked it way too many times. My bad. Blooper, but we're gonna keep it. So yeah, this includes everything you need. If you want to watch we have an hour-long video on tech packs. So I'm not gonna dive into this too much, but basically, I mean, you've seen everything you need, or you've seen everything that's in the full catalog bundle. So you've basically seen everything you need to fill this out, and you can go ahead and reference our tech pack template video and combine the two and really create a system for creating your tech packs like this person did. You know, they wanted to create a system for creating tech packs and doing a wide range of designs, so that's what they did. So that's the kind of the main impetus of the full catalog bundle. It's to really supercharge your creativity and really help your brand grow and allow you to give more focus to other parts of the clothing design process, because it can be very repetitive, especially because a lot of the flats that are included in this, there's not a whole lot out there, so you don't have to look at a million different websites to try to find the garment you're looking for. All in all, I think it's a great tool to really increase your design efficiency, that you can kind of grow your brand and bring it to the next level and increase your creativity, and you know, it allows you to have a little bit more free time as well. So we're going to go ahead and jump into Adobe Illustrator now, and we're going to start the tutorial portion of the video. And if you have any questions about the full catalog bundle, you can go ahead and write info@onthebiasdesign.com, or you can go ahead and comment below and we'll get back to you as quickly as we can. All right, we're back in Adobe Illustrator, and we're going to create a little lookbook. So what I think I'm going to do instead of using this one is going to show you how to kind of create one and set up your artboards in Adobe Illustrator. So what you can do is you can hit File, you can go to New, and you're going to want to do 8.5 by 11 letter size, standard A2 print size. So if you want to print this out, you can go ahead and name it here just to keep things organized. We'll do OTB Concept Collection 1. We'll just do one artboard to start, but you can change the orientation here. This is portrait orientation, landscape orientation. You can change the color mode, raster effects, etc. But you really don't have to mess with these too much for now. And then you can go ahead and click create, and that will create your document. As you can see, we have one artboard here. And we're gonna create more. So how you can do that is you can obviously put more than one artboard in the document setup, but sometimes you don't know that. You don't know how many artboards you're gonna end up needing. So what you can do is go ahead and click Shift O, and this will open the artboard tool, and you can click here to add more artboards. You can move them around by clicking them and dragging them. You can change the size here, and you can just do other things like name them, change orientation, delete them, that kind of thing. So this is nice to have in the beginning, just so you can kind of get your artboard set up before you begin. So we'll jump into actually putting some stuff in. So to type, you can press T on the keyboard. I'll bring up the type tool, and you can, type whatever you want. You can change the font here on the right side. Also under window, type, I believe there's a type menu. Yeah, type, so you can do it there too, but it's just easier to do under the properties panel. Usually we'll have it right there. And before we get too far, I would make sure to have this shortcuts window open somewhere. I went ahead and opened it in Illustrator, just so we can reference it. But this is going to be all the most essential shortcuts for whatever device you have. I'm on Windows, so I'll be using this one. But I believe the only difference on Apple is it's control instead of, or it's command instead of control, and then something else like that. Not too much of a difference there. But we'll go ahead and probably go back to the other one so we don't have to do too much typing out. You'll be able to play with it. You can change the orientation. You can make it bullet points and etc. Nothing too complicated there. We have a mood board. This is some of the images we're going to base our designs off of. Kind of the vibe of the collection. I can show you how you can bring in images from Google really quickly. So we just looked up Take Ivy here. What you can do is you can go on an image, right click, copy image. You can go to Illustrator, and then you can make sure nothing is selected, and then hit Control V, and that will bring in your image, and you can click it and move it around with the selection tool. And you can, if you hit Shift and Alt, you can scale it proportionally, whereas if you just did it otherwise, it would not maintain the proportions, so you don't want to do that. But yeah, I already brought in some images, so you can go ahead and do that. It's always good to have reference points when you're designing, just so you can keep everything in mind and kind of stay in a singular direction. And then I also went ahead and got a color story going. So these are the colors that we're going to use in our pieces in this collection. Kind of keep things cohesive. You don't have to do this. Obviously, you can do whatever you want, but we're just going to do this for the sake of the video. And it's the same thing. You can just go ahead and look up, like I was just looking up beige Pantone TCX. This is for cotton, garments with cotton. So you can go ahead and just copy image. You can also save the image. And we'll go ahead and do an example of that just to show. So you can go ahead and save. I'll just have it in the downloads. And you can go back to Illustrator. And then you can do place. Let's see, where's place? Okay, here it is. You can do place. Just go to wherever it was. You can go ahead and place it there. Easy peasy. So yeah, you can use that to bring in any image you have saved. So you can download an image from your phone, put it on your computer, and then place it that way. And this will embed it into the document. And it's a lot easier because then the picture image is basically inside the document. Whereas if you linked it, it would link a file you had downloaded separately elsewhere. It can make this Illustrator file smaller, but I would always recommend, you see here, unembedding, and it will make you download this image separately, and you can do different file types, but it's always easier just to embed it. So if you ever see an option to embed, I'd recommend embedding. But we can talk more about images in some future ones. We talked about those a lot in our tech pack video. So we have our color story here. What we're going to do now is we're going to go over some of these shortcuts quickly so you can kind of get a quick overview of them and some of the basic tools we're going to be using, just in case. I'll have timestamps marked, so if you kind of already know a lot of these, then you can go ahead and skip to the where we start designing the clothes. So we have, I've used a couple of these tools already, but we're going to go ahead and go through the list just so we get everything on deck. Going back to the artboard tool, a lot of the tools you can also find here on this panel. Like here's the artboard tool, but with time, you just want to start using the shortcuts so that you can kind of cut your design time in half, because we're trying to get efficient with Illustrator. That's the whole point of these assets, all these templates and whatnot. We're just trying to get efficient with Illustrator, efficient with design, so we can give focus elsewhere and not spend too much time on this step, too much time, or more time than necessary, I should say. But we'll go ahead and start with the selection tool. That's V on the keyboard. It's the hollow arrow here, and you can just use that to select things on your artboard, whether it's images, points, whatever. Pretty simple. Marquee select, that's V and drag. That's this box. So let's say we have a bunch of shapes. You can go ahead and marquee select, and that will just select all of them. Pretty self-explanatory. A is the direct selection tool. So shapes in Illustrator are made up of points, as you can see here, these dots. So you can go ahead and use the direct selection tool, and you can select point segments. You can also select lines, as you see there. So you can just use that to select certain points, or even like certain colors in things. So it's a useful tool. It's a very precise tool that allows you to really manipulate the shapes of things. Because with just, sorry, let me right click and redo that. Yeah, this works. So with the regular selection tool, if you want to change the size by, you'll see these arrows here at these points. You can only change it, a certain way. You can only really scale it. You can't, change the shape itself per se. To do that, you need to use the direct selection tool or something like that. So yeah, there's that. And then we have the zoom tool. I've been using that already. You can hit Z on the keyboard, or it's also here on the side. And you can click and it will zoom in, and you can hold Alt and that will zoom out, as you can see here. You can also do Z marquee select, and that will kind of bring you in. Like say you have a really precise shape you want to get into, like let's say we want to see this shirt in detail. There we go, zoomed in. So that's the point of that. And let's see what else we have. Space was drag. I've been using that a ton. It's really efficient. This is moving the screen. I use that all the time. It's pretty easy. You just hold the space bar and drag, and that will move your screen. Control Z on the keyboard. That's undo. So let's say I drew these shapes and I didn't like them. I can do Control Z, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. You can also do, let's do it again. You can also right click, say you don't remember the shortcut, you can do right click and undo triangle, undo triangle, undo triangle. And then you also see an option to redo, so you can go the other way as well. And you'll get the hang of these, and they'll just become ingrained in you with time. But to redo something, it's Control Shift R, yeah, Control Shift Z, sorry. Z, Control Shift Z. I think I actually redid them already. So yeah, we'll go ahead and undo these, and then we'll try redoing them. Control Shift Z, blooper. Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I usually don't. What is it? Redo type style. We're just gonna ignore that. Little blooper. Hang on, let's try it. I usually just use Control Z for the undo. I don't really redo things that often, and if I do, I just right click and redo it. Sometimes the shortcut has issues for me. I'm not sure why, but hopefully for you it doesn't. But yeah, that's redo. Control Z, Control C, Control V. We've already used that a bit with the images, but for example, we have the square here. You can hit Control C, or we can do right click, copy, and we can click wherever and hit Control V, and it will paste it for us. And we can also right click and do paste. So pretty easy there. And then we have Control F and Control B. I don't know if you noticed, but when we were talking, we'll do a different color so it's a little bit easier to see. So let's say we want to paste this shape behind it. We want to have this shape behind it as well. This shape, so we can do Control C or right click, copy, and then we can do we can either do right click, paste in back, and we can use our arrow keys are a way of moving an object as well. As you can see, it doesn't move it in that very big of increments, so it's nice for when you want to be accurate, but theoretically this should be behind that shape now. Okay, yeah, as you see, it's behind this shape, so there we go. And then to do that, you can also do Control C and Control B. That's the shortcut for pasting in back. And theoretically, this is also behind it. So let's see if it worked. Yep, so it's behind the shape. You can either right click and do it, or you can use the shortcut. There's options. And then it's the same thing for pasting in front, Control C, Control F. And you can use the arrows on the keyboard to move it. Obviously, it takes a little bit of clicking, but when you need to be accurate, it's good. So yeah, it's in front. We can do this again with the window though. This time, copy, paste in front, drag it out, and you can see, there you go. That's the pasting. It's nice for especially things like buttons or necklines, things like that. We'll be using this a lot. Then you have the pen tool. Oh, sorry, there's paste in place as well. This is nice because I don't know if you noticed, but when we copied this and we pasted it, it kind of just does it randomly. It's not very precise. It just places it really randomly. But what we can do is when you place in something in front or back, it places it directly in front or back of the object you copied. But you can do paste in place, and it will paste it in the exact same place you copied it, which is has nice uses if you're wanting to be more accurate. But now we're going to go to the pen tool. This is P on the keyboard. It's also this symbol. And then you can hover over things and it will tell you what they are. It's pretty intuitive in that way. And you can click and drag and create points. And there will be a fill color and a stroke color. A fill color is the color inside. And you can do this to complete the shape, as you can see. It's got a full border now. This is your stroke. You can apply different colors here on the window. There's also a window for color. You can find it on here. But usually you can just use the swatch that comes up when you hit it under the appearance here on the side. And you can manipulate this further with the direct selection tool. You can play with some of these nodes, the handle. The pen tool is its own can of worms, but basically you can click and drag, and you can also drag out points and really just become comfortable with this. And you can use this to create graphic elements, create your own buttons, zipper pulls, and we'll be getting into some of those in the design session. But yeah, that's the pen tool. And then you have the pencil tool, which is a lot more fluid. Let's get rid of our stroke. And you can just do that. It's a lot smoother. You can just drag out the pencil. You can use it to kind of create shapes, like we'll create a kind of flowy design with that. Like you can just use it to create graphic elements. You can use it to add flair to things. It's pretty nice applications. You know, if you wanted to draw like a patch or something, you can use it in that way. We'll be using that a little bit. I don't use it as much, but and then you have the paintbrush tool. We're gonna talk about brushes a lot because our additions bundle has, I think, like 50 brushes or something. So we'll be talking about brushes a lot, but you can just press B or you can hit this and that'll bring up the brush menu, and there's different brush presets you can use. Illustrator has some default ones, but we'll show you how to add our brushes when we get to the designing stage. And then you have, like we talked about earlier, holding shift while scaling. That maintains the proportions of whatever the shape is. So say like if we wanted to change the shape of this and we weren't holding shift, it just willy-nilly. Whereas if we hold shift, it maintains it. It maintains the proportions, not necessarily the, yeah, mostly just the proportions. The location is different, obviously. And then you have alt and dragging, so that creates a copy of the shape. And we use this one a lot, so definitely a good one to know. Definitely an efficient tool to know. We're gonna get rid of these so we can clean up the board a little bit. So let's see what else we have. Holding shift, holding alt and dragging, yep, creates a copy. Another thing we use a lot is holding alt and shift, but also holding shift, alt, and then dragging. So what that does is that creates a copy and it puts it on the same line. And what this can be really useful for is, say you have, let's pretend these are, let's do circle this time. Let's pretend you have, a shirt here. You can use this for the buttons. And it's really nice to have, and you can just drag those out, drag them out, drag them out. And then you can use the window. There'll be an align window. We already have it open here, and then you can use this and align them. They'll be centered, obviously, because it'll be directly linear. And then you can vertical distribute center, and now they're all evenly spaced apart. So we'll be talking about the Pathfinder and align panels a lot in the tutorial, but just so you get a nice little introduction to those now. Let's see what else we have. The blob brush, we use this a lot for, like, you can double click and change the size. It looks like it's pretty small right now. We use this a lot for like drawstrings and whatnot. It's a nice tool to use, and right now I'm just doing Control Z to undo, just so we don't have those sitting there. But yeah, that's the blob brush tool, and like anything else, you can give it a fill or a stroke, and it's pretty nice in that way because it's very fluid, it's very thick, and it has a nice cap, has a nice round cap here, so nice drawstring emulation there. And you can manipulate afterwards with the direct selection tool. So if you want to expand the width of a certain point, you can go ahead and do that. We'll go ahead and delete this just to get out of the way. And deleting on your keyboard will delete a shape. So if you draw a shape, you can delete it and it will delete it. But you can also, I believe, right click and delete. No, just delete on your keyboard. Okay, yeah. That's the only way I've ever done it, so I've never even looked into if you can do it on there. Rectangle tool, ellipse tool, we've used the rectangle tool a lot. You can hit M, it's also right here. Drag it out and create a rectangle. This blue line will signify where it's going to be. It will demarcate the lines. Pretty easy. Same thing with L, that's the ellipse tool. You can hold shift and it will create a perfect shape, perfect square, perfect circle, whatever. Usually you're not going to be drawing circles that are like this, but you definitely could be, because you can use this to create buttons. We'll create a button maybe at the end just for a demo. Let's see what else we have. Rotate. Yeah, so do a square for this. Hit R, rotate. You can hit R once and then hit enter, and then you can put in an angle here. Like if you're trying to be exact, we'll do 62. Cool. So now we have a 62-degree angle, 62-degree rotation. You can also do an angle over here, and you can type, in the transform. You can also do the proportions here. This is nice, and you can do maintain, and you can turn that on and off. So like for example, let's do 2. So then it maintains the height and proportion even though we put it in for only 1. So you can also have it be not proportional if you want to. And it's just a nice way to get exact measurements, especially for if, for a graphic or something. You can kind of see, like say you want a graphic to be 5 inches wide, but you don't know how tall it would be. You can go ahead and do that, and it will give you a proportional result. So yeah, let's say we had some text here, and we knew it would be 5 inches wide, like we had like a chess logo or something. We knew it would be 5 inches wide, but we don't know how tall it would be. We can just go ahead and do, okay, sorry, this is, if it's proportional, Control Z. Sometimes it's kind of funky, but 5, okay, there we go. So, and then it ended up being 3.1914. So we can go ahead and put that in our tech pack or whatever. Those exact dimensions. This is an outline, so make sure you outline your text before you do that, but that was just an example. Okay, so what else we have? And then you can do alt click and rotate to change the point of rotation, because if you notice when we did it, it did it from the center. So what we can do is we can do alt click. You can hold alt and then click at some point, and then it will change it from, it'll rotate it from the point which you click, which you saw there. We'll do it again. We'll do 104. Yeah, you can see this is where it's going to rotate from. So alt click. I'll do 65, and it rotated it from this point. So that would be nice for different things. I'm sure it'll come up at some point. Usually I like to do it for trims, maybe like different pockets. And then you can do, this one's really useful. You can rotate a fill pattern, and that's nice for like rotating sleeves. Because if you have, say, a sleeve, you need because if you think about it, the sleeve is being cut. The sleeve is at an angle itself, but it's being cut on the same grain as the body fabric. But when you see it, it's at a different angle. So you kind of want it to match that, if that makes sense. So like let's say this is the main bodice, and this is, sorry, we'll do square, and this is the sleeve. They're cut like this on the same fabric. They're cut on the same line on the fabric, but the sleeve, like if you see plaid, it's angled at a different way because it's cut, here to fit the armhole. So you want to emulate that. If you have a fill pattern, you don't want the pattern running vertically. We're going to open a garment to show this. All right, so just to illustrate the need for rotating, we're going to, rotating patterns especially, we're going to do a quick example one. So let's say we put a mesh pattern on this mesh polo. That'd be fun. So you can go ahead and click. We'll go ahead and ungroup it just so it's easier. And you can click here, direct select, and then you can hit R, and then you can hit the tilde, and you can rotate this. This will rotate the pattern only by clicking tilde. By holding the tilde, you have to hold the tilde on the keyboard. The tilde is this symbol. It's like towards the top left on your keyboard. Probably don't use it at all, but you'll use it for this. And we'll do it for this one as well. Again, direct select it. R, this will toggle the rotate tool. And then you're going to hold the tilde and rotate the sleeve. And get it to a point that it looks correct. So there we go. We just gave it the proper rotation. Because if you, like I said, if you think about it, they're all being cut the same way, but the fabric is going to sit differently. They're going to be at different angles on the garment. They're cut the same way, but you don't want it going straight up and down all through, just because that's not how they are on the garment in real life, and you don't want to confuse anybody. So just have patterns going the right way, especially if you have plaid or something. It's going to be very noticeable, or not, yeah, plaid, and also, you know, if you have a stripe pattern. But we'll do some examples so we can see that. We're just going to go ahead and close this. What do we have next? Reflect, scale. So yeah, you can, instead of, you know, dragging a shape out to scale it, you can also just hit S and then enter. And then you can, you know, put in a percentage. We use this a lot, actually. This is really nice. It's a really quick way to scale something. Like, say you paste something in a document, say you paste an image and it ends up being like this. You can just hit S, scale, you can do whatever percentage you want. You can do it uniform, you can scale corners, scale effects, whatever. And I would always have preview on whenever you do anything, like if you ever do a rotation or whatever, so you can see what it looks like, and then you can just hit. Okay. I don't know why it's not scaling it. And Illustrator's not like me today. Okay. Let's say you have a big shape. S, enter. Okay, there we go. Now it's scaling. So yeah, you can see it reduced it to 12% of its size. So not bad. Go ahead and delete that. We use that a lot because sometimes you'll paste, even if you paste like this into a document and it's not the size you want, like it's too big, you can go ahead and do that and scale it down to the necessary size. I wouldn't scale the unoutlined ones yet, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. You're going to want to outline these before you scale them, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. Like I said, reflect, we use this one a lot. We'll go ahead and do a circle example maybe. So let's say we want to create a two circle point, like a two circle shape. You know, let's say we have a special shape here. Let's just do it like this. You can hit O. You can, as you can see, the point of reflection is in the middle, so it's not even something you notice. So what you can do is Alt and then click here or wherever you want it to reflect over, and then this will pull over a preview. You can do it horizontal, vertical. You can do it at an angle. It'll just do it over the point you selected. And then usually you're going to end up doing copy just because you want two of something. So that's how you create a reflection. And you can also find that here on the side, but of course you can also just select O and that will bring it up. Shift, Control, and then the right bracket. We use that one a ton because if you think about it, this is a lot of layers. There's a lot of layers in this thing, in these flats. So sometimes something will get lost in the back. So what you can do is you can you know, we'll put something behind all of these so we can show you. We'll make it blue and we'll right click, arrange, send it back. Yeah, so you can send it back and send a front, but you can also send forward and backward, and this will just, because there's layers within, and like these are layered, so certain things will be on top of each other, certain things won't be. You can shift control left bracket, send it back, and then you can do the opposite. Shift control right bracket to bring to front. It really just depends on how you're trying to arrange things. Like I said, sometimes you'll be putting tags on here or buttons or whatever, and they'll get, you know, stuck in the back, and you gotta bring it back up to the front. Like it could be here, but you want it in the front, so you can go ahead and do that. It really just depends on your goals. And as you saw, you can also do it on the arrange window. You can right click and find arrange, but sometimes it takes a little bit to find, so sometimes it's just faster. And you can also bring forward and bring backward, but usually it's just going to be a matter of bringing it to the front or to the back. But then you can arrange here also in the layers panel. So you can just hold it and drag it down and layer it how you need to, according to what you want showing. But you'll see us using layers more so in the design stage. So let's see what else we have for send it back. We already did that. Eyedropper tool, we're going to be using this a lot because it's, say for example, we'll add these garments. We'll give these white fill just so we don't have to deal with the mesh. Okay, so let's say for example I ungrouped it. So yeah, you can marquee select something. This is actually good. I'm not sure if I have this in the, yeah, I have group, but we will do it now too. So if we try to move this, it would just move like pieces of it just because we ungrouped it. What we can do is select all of it, right click, group it, and now we can, move all of it. Cool. And if you want to ungroup it, you can, just to work on a specific part. Sometimes you'll have to, but just remember to group it again just so it's easier to move. So you can see like how easily we can select all these and just move them out. So we're going to go ahead and copy these. We're going to click these, Control C, Control V, and we're going to bring them to our swatches so I can show you how you do color. So you can go ahead and direct select the color you want. Do select same fill color, and this will select all of the white because all the flats are white. Every piece of them is white or black or gray, so it's very easy to select all the color. You can hit I on the keyboard, or you can hit this symbol here, and then you can drop it on any color or image that you like, and you can instantly change the color of everything. So that's what you'd use the eyedropper for. It's very nice to match the color piece, and again, this got rid of our stroke, so I wouldn't do it for things that are unoutlined, but just to give you an idea. Time for another quick commercial break. I also wanted to mention the fact that we just launched a referral program. So if you want to help your followers out or your fellow designer friends, etc., we now offer a referral program and affiliate program for our design assets. To sign up for that, you can go ahead and go to onthebiasdesign.com, and then you can go to Earn With Us. It's on the top bar here. I created a test account, but you can go ahead and sign up with your email. The link will take you to a sign up link, and you can go ahead and sign up there, and you will get your own referral link. You'll get 20% commission. You can even give your followers a coupon code, 10% off, and your own. You can change the code. You can promote it in your videos, on your social media channels, blog, whatever, and you'll get 20% of all commissions. So I really believe in these assets. We spent a lot of time making these. I believe they're some of the best on the market, and that you can really help out your fellow designers by sharing these. So if you agree with our mission and kind of what we're doing, then you can go ahead and help us grow and grow yourselves as well with that 20% commission. And back to the Adobe Illustrator tutorial. Alright, we're back in Illustrator after a brief hiatus. Hopefully my voice is not too far gone to be an effective teacher. Let's do this again. We got the first look. So rugby polo, bucket hat, and pleated shorts. I went ahead and opened the group files so we don't have to wait for them to load. Again, those are going to be in the full catalog bundle group files. And that will just open up these group files, and you can go ahead and click on what it is you want to extract without the lagging, of course, because my computer is doing a few different things at once. And you can go ahead and Control C, Control V, and what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and place that into a sort of working document. We're going to open a croquis figure file and kind of use that to create our look, and then when we're ready, we'll bring it into the sample collection file. So we just copied our hat. We're going to get the pleated shorts now. Zoom in to get those. Control C. Control V, drag that out. And then we go to long sleeve tops. And you'll notice some of the tops have different hems. Like here we have a fishtail and a flat hem. You can always just take whatever one you need. That way you don't have to spend the time to create the proper hem. So we're going to go ahead and ungroup all these. And we're going to use, for the purpose of this design demo, we're only going to do the front and back of everything, just because, you know, there's a lot of views in each one, and we don't need to do every single one. Like these ones, these spread ones are nice for creating points of measurement for your tech packs. If you want to, or you can even use these to create a size chart for the tech packs. If you want to see our full in-depth, one of the most in-depth, free in-depth tech pack guides available on the internet. We'll go ahead and link that in the description, as well as it should be in a pop-up here somewhere. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and scale these hats down. Just to help us visualize a little bit. Nothing too crazy to it. Go ahead and just center those. It's not really necessary, but there's no way that's center. Apparently so. But yeah, I guess it's just too far to the left. And you can use the arrows on your keyboard to move things as well a little bit more accurately. So that's just what we're doing. And then I don't know if you remember earlier I talked about guides, but what you can do is you can go ahead and you can hide those. We're going to hide them just so we don't have them in the way while we're designing, but you can really hide anything, and you can unlock anything. You'll notice that these are locked, just so you don't actually move them while you're working on the document. And you can go ahead and reorder stuff this way too. Like say for example, you want these shorts on top. You can go ahead and do that. This is a nice way of rearranging a bunch of different things at once. And you can also create new layers and delete layers and whatnot. It's a very helpful tool. You can be as organized as you want, basically. So what we're gonna go ahead and do first is the khaki, or the just the pleated shorts. So we're gonna bring these down. We're gonna de-pants him. Oops. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and group these. Actually, first, almost forgot. We're just gonna bring in our swatches first, just so we have the colors to work with in there too. Drop those in. Control C, Control V. Drop them in. Then we're gonna draw a bunch of squares. SpongeBob. Drag those out. Drag those out. Create 4 more. And then we're basically just gonna do the eyedropper tool for all these, for their respective squares. Because we're gonna bring these into the swatches panel to create the color. Basically, in Adobe Illustrator, there's many different ways of coloring things. And I'm just showing you the ways I feel most comfortable teaching. So if you see other methods, don't freak out. This is just what I feel most comfortable teaching, because this is what I use most frequently. But yeah, there's many other different ways of coloring things. So just be aware of that. If you see other things, don't be freaking out. Oh, he taught me incorrectly. No, there's just so many different ways of doing it. Okay, let's color these now. So we group them because we're gonna change the color all at once, and then we can double left click to isolate the selected group, or you can right click isolate selected group. And this is nice because it allows you to basically puts it on its own mini temporary layer, and you can kind of just move things around. And it's nice for changing the colors of things, especially because then you can do select same fill color, and you can do that, and it will do it all, but it won't do everything else. So that's nice. And you can do right click, just ungroup it, give him his pants back, shorts back, about there. And then we'll go ahead and do our, let's do the hat first. So we'll do the same thing to the hats. Group, right click, select, same fill color. We're gonna do red. We're gonna do double click to get out of it. We're gonna ungroup these, double click this one. And what we're gonna do here is we're gonna add a little logo, OTB. We're gonna do manuscript ghost hitch. Actually, tell you what, I don't really want this to be in this group yet because I'm going to copy and paste this. So I'm just going to do Control C and then delete it. Get out of the exit mode because this means it's not in this group, but before it would have been in this group. Because we're going to give this an embroidery effect. We'll go to Effect, Stylize, Scribble, and we're going to give it a scribble effect. So what this will do is this will get lines, and this is meant to mimic embroidery. So this lets our manufacturers know, this lets other designers know, whoever needs to know that this is embroidery. You can go ahead and play with the settings, the numbers. It's going to be kind of just experimenting and playing with stroke width, mostly variation, or sorry, spacing, variation, and stroke width. Those are going to be kind of your main play points. And eventually you'll get something you like. So this looks good. We're going to expand it though before we apply that, just so we don't have to deal with it being a typeface. Before you expand any text, when you're done editing text or when you're happy with it, I would expand it. It's just easier to manipulate with other things, but then you won't be able to, do any of these settings. So I'll just make sure you're happy with how it is. Object, expand appearance. So that expands it. It's good to go. We're going to go ahead and do our scribble effect. Looks good. Yeah, we're going to do a little bit tighter. So what we can do to adjust this, because if you go to effect scribble again, it's going to treat it as if it's applying a new one. What you can do instead is go to window appearance. It's this one, but you can also find it up here, and it will open it. And you can double click the instance of the effect and you can change it. So what I think I'm going to do is drop this down to 0.3. Okay, that's good. And then I'll show you what happens if you don't outline it before you scale it. So here we have the original scale. If you try to scale it without outlining it again, it really obstructs it. So what you're going to want to do is, we can close this now. Object, expand appearance again. Object, expand. And then we're going to be able to scale it without issue. So you can see the difference there. You see why you expand. Pretty self-explanatory at that point. But anyway, we're going to put this logo on the back of the hat. Right here. Nice heavy embroidery. Bring him up a bit. Maybe up a couple notches. Cool. Wait, down one more. Okay, there we go. He's good. And then we're gonna add a little scissors motif right there, which I have in the symbol collection. Little scissors logo. Control C. Control V. But we're gonna apply the same scribble effect. It's just effect, and you can do. And then there's a shortcut for it as well. So if you want to memorize that, you can. But I don't use effects that much to warrant memorizing it, but it's there if you want it. So I went ahead and just scale it bigger because I might adjust this a little bit. That's fine. You can go ahead and expand it. Expand again, because one time you expand it, it brings the stroke, but the next time you do it, it fills those strokes. So we'll go ahead and add that to the front of our hat. And then we'll scale it down so it's a nice size. It's good to go. Let's see. Bring him down. Okay. Now what we're going to do is the polo itself, the main attraction of the look. Quick commercial break. I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that the On the Bias Design Full Catalog Bundle includes lifetime updates. We'll probably do an update every month or so. Women's wear, bags, and shoes are the next thing on the agenda. So look for those. So if you design freelance or looking into getting into women's wear with your brand or anything like that, keep an eye out because we will be having those updates soon, and even just on a regular product page. So definitely keep an eye out for those. Stay tuned and we'll keep you updated. All right, let's do it. So what we're going to do is we're going to group these again. Group, double click, isolate, select a group, A, select same fill color, and we're going to make them brown. And then we're going to go ahead and do the collar and the placket because we don't want, if you think about our reference, we're going to give ours a white placket, but you see you have the white collar there, so we're going to kind of reference that in our design, but we're going to go with brown instead because brown is cooler. Brown and white, sorry. And click those, click the ribbing. I'm holding shift this whole time. I'm holding shift while I'm selecting these. See, I got that part, got that part, got that part. And I'm going to get this one. Holding shift will select all these. And click the the swatches. And we'll do this white. Cool, good to go. Now we're gonna change the color of the buttons. So did not mean to move that. Sometimes you have to get pretty close in just to get accurate selection. And again, you can hold spacebar and drag. You're gonna hold shift and get those. And then with those selected, we are going to add this little ombre. I like that. There we go. There's the front. Go ahead and ungroup these so we can just work on these individual ones. So what we're going to do is I'm going to create like a stripe. So we can do M, which is the rectangle tool, and we're going to drag out. Sometimes I will just use the previous fill color you used. For this, I'm thinking the red and the beige kind of color. Bring this in a little bit. Out a little bit. That works. Don't gotta go too crazy for the demo. Control C, Control F. This will paste one in front. We can click V and then kind of hold shift and bring it down from one side. And we can do red for this one. It looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. And then we're gonna drag this and make kind of an embroidered front logo. Right click, arrange, bring to front, or you can do shift control. Right bracket. We're going to go ahead and scale this up looks actually really cool. And then we can go ahead and we'll just do it in the shirt. Center these. And then we can go ahead and group this one. Just so it's together. Just so all these are together, we can go ahead and group all of them. These are good to go. Okay. Oh, I almost forgot. We're going to add a little element here, and we're going to add some tags to the inside. Yes, we have our embroidered hat. Oh, and we're going to add a hat detail as well. Almost forgot. So we're going to use the pen tool. So click P for the pen tool, Shift X. You want only a stroke. Click, Shift C. Actually, we're going to bring this out just a little bit, just because the rope would go past the edge a little bit. So you can drag that out and click that out a little bit. And then you can hit Shift C. You can drag this down. This is the anchor point tool. And then you can open the brushes. And then you can load in the brushes by brush library menu, other. And then you can find wherever you have your full catalog bundle. You can click here for the symbols. Here for the brushes, and this will open the brushes file in this file for you. And you can change the size of it with the brush or with the stroke size. So we're going to do 0.075. Let's see if that works. 0.75. 0.125. 0.75. 0.75. Okay, there we go. Yeah, sometimes it's just playing with numbers, and eventually you get it. And then we can expand this. We just isolated this group again. You can isolate groups and groups and groups, and get as little close as you need to. Select same fill color, and we'll do beige. Now you can change the color of brushes, but I just find it easier to outline them personally. It really just is your preference. But for the purpose of this one, it's just a lot beginner friendly to outline them. So that's what we'll be doing for this video. And then in a separate video, I can explain how to change the color of brushes. So we're just going to go ahead and copy the rope element and place it on our hat, on our other hat. So I think we're good. Let's add our details here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy. I'm just going to ungroup him for now. Control C, double click here, Control V. We're going to rotate this, and we're going to have like a little embroidered element on the collar, a little embroidered logo here. Fire, and then we're going to put some tags here. So we're going to go ahead and open the brushes and additions file. And anytime you need anything from here, you can just copy and paste it, or you can open the symbols menu, and you can open the symbols, brushes, and additions. The symbols library, you can go to other on the menu, and then wherever you saved your full catalog bundle, you can go into it and you can find the brushes, and then you can click that and click open, and that will get you the brushes file, and you'll be able to view it in any document. So you can just click and drag out, and it will put it into your document. We'll talk about symbols more in a little bit probably. Let's finish this look first. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our brushes, and we're just going to pull one from here, because sometimes they can be hard to see in the brush in this symbols file. So sometimes it's just easier to just come in here and drag them, just to copy and paste them. Really just depends on what you're looking for. Actually, and we're gonna grab a size tag too. We're gonna grab a medium. Let's pretend our medium, our sample is a medium, as it usually is and as it should be, because that's the middle of your size range. And we're gonna go ahead and paste these into here. So as you can see, this one has a stroke, so we have to outline this just so we can scale it, because remember, if you scale, it keeps the stroke the same size, but then it obstructs that. So we're going to expand it, and we're going to add the text logo. This is my favorite my favorite font, Manuscript Ghostage, and we're going to go ahead and expand this, just so we don't have to deal with annoying text characters or text traits, because sometimes it's a little irksome to deal with. Go ahead and center that, and then we can just go ahead and group these together. Let's expand these, expand that stroke, expand, scale down. Okay, here's our size tag. And we'll just kind of hammer these into place. That's a good size. You want it about center. So we'll see some finagling. Let's see. Bring him down a little bit. That's good. That's good. That's very good. So we'll go ahead and bring everything now into our, I believe everything is grouped fully. We'll go ahead and bring these back into the main file. Adobe Illustrator, sample collection. Alright, we're going to bring these elements in. We're going to kind of make an aesthetic display for our final collection sheet. And we're just going to go ahead and make sure too that everything is fully expanded. Just one last time before we scale things. And usually you want to do that as a final step, just to make sure everything is good to go. Actually, maybe I don't need to do that last step. I think we're good. Probably the shortest one more, because you see this symbol here. This means it's a symbol, and symbols are kind of funky. We'll talk about symbols and some of the weird characteristics when we start using them more, but we're kind of working our way up. So object, expand appearance, so that's good. And now what we're going to do is kind of make a little display. I'm going to keep a copy of this off the side and show you why. And always keep copies of things before you expand them. I highly recommend you do that, just to be safe, just in case you want to go back and make adjustments. We'll go ahead and make a little arrangement here, if you will. Scale these up. We're going to go ahead and group these. And now what we're going to do is select all of them. Effect, stylize. Sorry, effect. This is stylize. Drop shadow. Here we go. So you can create a little drop shadow and play around with these things, figure out what they do. This is basically how opaque it is. You can control the offset and all those kind of things. But we're just going to give it a nice little, and this just makes it a little bit more emphasized, and it looks kind of cool. So what we're going to do with this guy is we put on all this effort on the neckline, with this embroidery and all that stuff. So we want to emphasize that for our tech pack or for just fellow designers or whoever. So we're going to go ahead and draw a circle over top of it. Make sure it's on top. It has to be on top of whatever shape you want behind it. So we're going to do Control 7, or you can do right click, object clipping, or object clipping mask, make clipping mask. and then you can deselect and then select it and then scale it as big as you want. You can see we need to outline it one more time because it's this stitching is not outlined yet. So let's go ahead and make sure we do that. You can double click and it will allow you to edit the content of it. You can double click off and it will deselect from the clipping mask. Go ahead and scale that again correctly this time. And we can just go ahead and put that. That works. We can just put it there. And we can add a 1-point stroke. Alright, there we go. That is the first look. We'll see how many we do. That took a while, so I don't want to bore you too much, but we'll see how far we get. Then we're just taking baby steps. So this is the first look. Time for look 2. Alright, we're back in Illustrator. Let's do this. We got the baseball hat, pullover anorak, cuff pants for look number 2. Do it. Alright, let's get it. So I already opened the group, so we don't have to worry about those, waiting for those to load, because sometimes they can take 30 seconds or so to open, at least for me. So let's go ahead and do Control C, Control V, you know the vibes. And we're going to put them in the same document. And I went ahead and cleared the former looks. Drag those off. We're going to find our anorak. This outerwear file is very large, so sometimes it can be a little too slow, but you have it right here. Again, everything is labeled, so you have no doubts as to what it is you're looking at. Control C, and then Control V, you know the vibes. Again, we're going to go to our pants. We're going to do cuff pants, cuff press pants. Or should we keep the pleat? We'll do press pants. Bring those to our male croquis figure. Control C, Control V. We'll go ahead and ungroup these just once. Looks good. We'll go ahead and delete the views that we don't need. Right now, if I were doing a full tech pack, I would use all these views, but this is just a concept collection, so we're only going to do front and back just because we don't need to do all of them. And we're going to go ahead and delete those callouts. Again, for review, these are technical callouts. These are for showing technical details, like things such as tags, because obviously you can't see the tags right here. So those are what you'd use for showing such details, and they're included with all of the flats. So we're going to go ahead and start placing these on our figures. Scale down. Doesn't have to be crazy accurate, but just to kind of help us visualize things is why they are here. And you can also use them for drawing your own flats or adjusting the flats and seeing where things are kind of at scale. So we're going to go ahead and shift, control, and then left bracket, or you can just do arrange, send to back, depending on your preference. And we'll just give him his hat quick. Don't need to spend a million years on his hats, but enough to kind of give him some shade. Perfect. And just for fun, we're going to go and center these. Cool. So we're going to go ahead and use some of the same elements from the previous design. So I'm just going to go ahead and grab those, like the scissors and the embroidery artwork. Sorry, I did not mean to open the pants. Meant to open this we'll just keep these this artwork in here, so I can use that. Ungroup, because we want this. We want these things. It's always nice to have that kind of artwork just sitting on the side, this artboard here. Typically, that's probably what you'll end up doing. Usually, the artboard is where you do the main like final work, and then these side things are kind of this side area. My former Illustrator teacher called it the playground. So this is what he called the playground, or just this side area. Because if you were to print this, it wouldn't print any of what's on the outside here, and it wouldn't even print the guides. It would only print what's on the artboards. So I'm not sure if the guides got turned back on, but I thought I toggled the visibility off. But so we're gonna start with the hat first, actually, and we're gonna go ahead and do the same thing. We're just gonna marquee select, group, isolate, select the group, select, direct select, select same, fill color, and we're gonna give it that kind of vintage-y black. Because what we're gonna do is, we'll go ahead and unput this. We're going to give these a kind of vintage look. Down. It's gonna be embroidery. Make it red. That's fire. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to, we're gonna drag out a copy, because we want to recreate this line here, because what we're gonna do is add distressing along the edge of the brim. So we're gonna ungroup this, and we're just gonna drag out this, and then we're gonna switch A, delete that point, so it gives us that line. And then we're going to go to brushes, and we're going to go to our brush menu. You can hover over and see what brush it is. This is the raw edge, and you can go ahead and scale it down. We'll do 1.25. We'll drag it to our hat, and we'll put it to the bottom. We might, actually, let me see. See if we can get it even, maybe. No, that looks good. Okay. And then you can go ahead and delete this. And then we're going to go to our brushes and additions. And we have some overlays here. Some distressing and fading overlays. You can go ahead and grab that. Control C. Control V. And just off to the side here. And you can kind of grab some and begin to play with them. Just do them in here. And you can kind of just experiment with them, scale them down until you get something you're happy with. As you can see, it kind of gives it a cool vintage wash effect. Put one here. Move this off to the side a little bit, maybe. We'll see how that looks. Alright, so we're playing with our hat. We're going to get this distressing so that it only goes inside this line. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take these and just grab them from here. Control C, and delete them. And we're going to drag this out, and we're going to ungroup it, because what we want is this black outline. We want to create a clipping mask with that shape. So do Control C, or sorry, Shift and Alt and drag out, and then just delete whatever we don't need. And then we are going to Control V, and we're going to create a clipping mask. Okay, arrange, bring to send it back. We're going to grab all these and create our clipping mask. And then we are going to bring it over top. So there we go. And I think I'm going to put this distressing effect on the bottom, just because that's more accurate. It's in a different layer. There we go. here's our front of our hat, vintage distressed hat. We're going to go ahead and do the same thing to the back. We'll bring it over just so it's kind of easier to see. We'll go ahead and grab a couple of things from here. I think you can get away with 2. We're going to scale them down just to match our hat. And we can go ahead and zoom in from here so we can see them. Alt click or Alt and Shift and drag out. Ungroup. And we can zoom in, grab the black part. Hold Alt click and drag out. You can get rid of this part because we don't need this. Drag this over. You can kind of place it on here first and see where you want to position it. Let's see. We'll do this. Drag them out here like that. Okay. And then we'll place it in the same spot on our hat. Send it back. Grab all of those. Control 7. And then drag it over top of the original shape. And then you can go ahead and make sure you'll be able to see the outlines. Just make sure it fits over. And then you can go ahead and group that. Bring it back over. We're going to do the anoraks now. So that's our cool distressed hat. Vintage hat. And then we'll go ahead and group these. Isolate selected group. Dark select. Select same fill color. And we're going to give this the Army Olive Green, the English Ivy, TCX. And then we're going to change the color of our zipper. So sometimes you'll have to get really close and personal just so you can direct select these with the direct selection tool A on the keyboard. We'll do the eyelets. And we are going to make these just a simple kind of silver. Nice and easy. And additionally as well, in the brushes and trims and additions, there is different metallic gradients, silver, gold, gunmetal, brass, whatever, copper. So you can do that to your trims and zippers that we have here. You know what? We'll add in a different zipper just for fun. We'll do this one. It's pretty vintage looking. Actually, not. You know what? We'll get kind of fancy with it. We'll do this one. And we'll put the logo right here. So Control C. And then we'll go ahead and get close with him. Double click this one so we can get to the zipper. Sometimes you have to click it a few times because, like I said, these are made up of many groups. Control V. And then we're going to go ahead and add the details before we shrink it. So as you can see, this is a stroke, so you absolutely need to outline this before you shrink it, because I mean, this is a Yoji Yamamoto zipper. I'm pretty sure they have a sweatshirt with a zipper that's like this big. But we'll give this the black, and then we can do our little logo element right here. Maybe like a repeating motif or something. We can do this black color. We'll go ahead and expand this. Object, expand appearance. Bring this in. And kind of make it a repeating motif. By dragging it. Or we can just put it once at the bottom. That's good too. Maybe, yeah, that looks good. Okay. And then this is good to go. Yeah, okay, let's group these. And we'll shrink him down to proper size, holding shift so that maintains. Oh, forgot to expand. Oopsies. Yeah, expand all this before you do that. There we go. Should be good to go now. Looks like we're good. Okay. So let's go ahead and get rid of this old zipper element. And then we're going to bring in our new pull. Our custom zipper pull. So here we go. We're going to put that there. And as you can see, this kind of zipper base is on top. So what we can do is we can ungroup this one, and then we can ungroup it more until we get to the point where we can send this base. Sorry, I want to select. Okay, there we go. We can send this base backward. This is a really small detail, but it's something you can do if you're kind of picky like I am. So you can see it's proper. So because this fabric will be over that part of the zipper. I mean, it's not entirely necessary. I'm just kind of a control freak. So yeah, that you can do that if you want. Entirely up to you. Did not mean to do that. But yeah, there's our zipper. Oops. There's our zipper. I'm trying to deselect. And let's get out of that. So minor detail, but it's all in the detail. So let's go ahead actually, and I kind of want to make these have a fill color as well. Let's see if we can do that. Expand appearance. And then let's go ahead and give these a new color. Let's make them black to match our new drawstring. There we go. And what we're going to do, final touch, is we're going to put a label right there. So what we're going to do again is go to our brushes and additions. We go to, and also in this, you can make your own zipper pulls, but we'll do that in a little later design. This one's taking a bit of time already as it is. Control Z, Control C, Control V. This is going to be a woven label that we're going to put in the middle underneath our front pouch pocket. Bring it over one. That's good. And then we'll put our logo on there. Do T to type again. OTB object expand. Because if you try to center it with this like weird gap underneath, it won't be exactly centered. Like it will be a little off. So I like to expand it before. Again, make sure you save a copy just in case you want to make any type changes. But now what we're going to do is we are going to hit M, and we are going to draw a stitching around our square or our woven label, because obviously you have to hold it down somehow. So, and then we're going to go to our brushes, and we're going to open the brush menu, and we're going to find where it says a single needle top stitch. Sometimes you have to hold it over, sometimes it doesn't like showing it. Yeah, so there's a single needle top stitch. I believe there's two. Could be mistaken. Sometimes it doesn't show them. Okay, yeah, here's the other one. I like this one a little bit better. But yeah, there's all sorts of different stitches, and even things like rhinestones, as you already saw, and all sorts of fun stuff. So you can experiment and see what you can make with those. But we're just going to go ahead and have this going around our edge like so. Perfect. I'm going to make that a little bigger. Typically woven labels aren't very big, so they're very expensive. And then maybe we can put one on the back of our hood as well. Some subtle, nice little woven label. Like that is the middle, so okay. Anything else could we is looking pretty good. So we're going to go ahead and add our pants now. We're going to go ahead and depant him again. Oh, almost forgot there is drawstrings here. So let's go ahead and take care of those as well. Object, expand appearance, expand appearance. Go ahead and direct select that white. Change to your black color. There we go. And also, we didn't change these eyelets, but we're kind of getting in the weeds here. We'll do that quickly. Gradient, there we go. Yeah, just to show you how nitty-gritty and details you can get with these design flats. They're very detailed. And you can make them very detailed with all the fun additions that we have. I'm actually very excited to see what you guys can make with these. So we have black. There we go. Okay, last piece of this look, we have the pants. So I don't know if you recall, but from our kind of mood board, we had this guy wearing these kind of high-rise, these high waters pants, slightly cropped leg, and you can kind of see these are all a little bit higher on the ankle. So we're going to reference that in our look, and we're going to give our guy some crop pants. So remember the direct selection tool. And these are we pulled these from the unoutlined pants so that we can manipulate these points a lot easier. So you can go ahead and direct select with the marquee, and then you can either go up on the keyboard or you can drag it and hold shift. And you can take it any direction you want, but you're most likely just going to go up or down. And we're going to give it like that. I think that's a good, nice, nothing too crazy, but subtle enough. Let's see where that puts us. Like, yeah, that's pretty good. We'll go with that. And then just for demo purposes, so you see how these pants have an extended waistline. Let's say we want to just make it a normal one, so we can go ahead and grab the direct selection tool, and you can get rid of this one. You can go minus. Never delete. It didn't get rid of it. Never delete a point from a completed shape unless you want to completely get rid of it, because well, I mean, obviously you want to get rid of it, but otherwise it will create a hole. You can kind of see there's a gap now, so you usually just want to click the minus symbol here on the properties panel, and then we can go ahead and get rid of this one too. And then there's different ways of playing with them. You can do curve or kind of a right angle or a straight angle. And we can go ahead and bring this, try to bring this over a little bit so it's straight here. Oops, I accidentally clicked that button. We'll bring this over a tiny bit, a little bit more. Tiny bit more. Yeah, if you can't tell, I'm very picky, so okay, that's good. And what this is just a shadow to show you know, whoever's looking at it that there is room there, like there's air underneath there. You know, you can put your finger under there if you want to, or like that fabric can move. We'll go ahead and just move this as well. So yeah, say if you wanted to add an extended waistband or anything like that, you can. But we're just kind of working our way up to more manipulation. We're going to go ahead and group these because we're going to change the colors. Double click, select with the direct selection tool, select same fill color, and then we're going to give him brown. Let me zoom out. Do we want to do brown? mean, that could be like a brown corduroy. That'd be kind of cool. Or what if we did like a distressed black pant? Is that too much black? Beige. I know we just did khaki, but I kind of want to do khaki. We'll do khaki again. Why not? Let me look at it actually. Yeah, we'll do that pressed pant. Let's see how that looks. We'll put it in the other document. We'll see how it looks. So we'll just grab everything. We see our sample collection. Then the fun part is you can design as you go. So, I mean, everything is very easy to adjust. So, I mean, we're happy with our hats. So I think we already know that these are good. We go ahead and scale this up. But what color to make? You know, this is looking really nice. But what color to make the pants? And they're fine as is. We'll just roll with it. It's a very ivy thing, I feel like, so we'll keep that color. Actually, we'll make it this like brown, just for fun. So we can go ahead and again isolate, select, same fill color. See how this looks. Which one is it? Is this one? It must not have saved it to this one. Yeah, sometimes when you save a swatch in a certain file, it doesn't save it to another one. So sometimes that's why I like to have like a work file that has all of them, because you see how that swatch is here, but I don't think it's in the other file, so that's okay. We'll just go ahead and do it here. Stole his pants again. I can go ahead and click A, select same fill color. We'll just do it in here, and we'll go ahead and just put it in the other one. Symbol collection. Oh, we can place them side by side and see what we like better with the colors of this look. It's very Scooby-Doo. I'm gonna do black. Maybe. Okay, yeah. This is a tutorial. This isn't. I can't get ahead of myself. We'll just do the khaki. Okay, and then we'll do ungroup, and we'll do the same thing that we did before. Oh no, it didn't group these. Forgot to group the patches with each other. Oops. Sometimes you have to remember to do that. But I don't want these grouped anymore. I want these grouped. Go ahead and move him. Group. Bring these up. Bring these up. Send this to the back. Bring this up. This up. Group. We're gonna go ahead and expand these. We're just gonna select everything to make sure it's expanded. The hat's already expanded, so we don't have to worry about that. Object, expand. Yeah, you're gonna do a lot of expanding. Let's make room for the pants. Quite big pants. We'll put this one here. This here. Oh yeah, I need to group these. And we'll just move this out here. This, where are these grouped? Okay, and we'll go ahead and add the drop shadows just for aesthetics. I'm going to see how it affects this, because sometimes when you do clipping mask, it might be a little funky. Effect, drop shadow. Okay, it's okay. It's not giving any issue. Cool. We'll do the same to these. Effect, apply drop shadow, sorry. And there we go. The second look is completed. Even as we speak, I'm considering changing the color on this, but this is a tutorial. It's okay. This is just for demonstration. But now we are on to look 3, which is a short sleeve layered button Oxford shirt and graphic chino shorts. So we're going to be getting slightly more advanced with this. We're going to get a little bit more advanced with each look. But let's move on to it. Hello everyone, we are back again in Adobe Illustrator after a brief hiatus. So we've got look number 3 now. So what I'm thinking for this one is kind of combining a t-shirt with a button Oxford, and you'll see what we're going to do in a second. And then some graphic chino shorts. I think we're going to distress the bottom of them. So we'll go ahead and start with the shorts. I've cleared the previous designs. And then I went ahead and opened the short sleeve tops and the shorts. And then also this top shirt creation kit. I think we might end up using this to create our layered top. So what we're going to do is probably start with the shorts. And I was thinking of doing some distress shorts. We've got these loose fit cut off jean shorts. But what I think I want to do is kind of turn these into some chino shorts. So let's go ahead and grab these. And we're doing the unoutlined so we can manipulate the points with the direct selection tool like I was talking about earlier. Go ahead and drop this in. And we're going to grab our Oxford shirt. Should we do long sleeve or short sleeve? Let's do short sleeve for now. Maybe. Yeah, let's just do short sleeve. So we'll go ahead and grab this. We'll drop him in. Notifications going off. Sorry about that. And then we'll go ahead and grab our, we're going to grab like a t-shirt top for it, slightly crop fit. Let's go with one of these. An animal's running. It's my cat. Let's see. Let's grab this one. And we can always make it more cropped if we need to. Control C. Control V. So yeah, what I'm kind of thinking is layering a top, or layering, go ahead and group these, is layering one of these kind of underneath. And obviously we'll have to play with like the neckline and stuff, but I think that's what we're going to do. I think I'm going to do a long sleeve though. 1 second, I'm going to go ahead and grab that and I'll be right back. Alright, so I went ahead and grabbed the tops group. I'm going to go ahead and grab the button shirt. And we'll drop that in here. So yeah, we're going to play around, and I'm going to go ahead and grab a neckline as well for our t-shirt. Let's see, we want the one that's kind of open. Maybe one of these. Let's see. We'll also check out the brushes and additions, because this has some as well. We'll see what we can find in here, if anything entices us. I use this one. Yeah, we'll use this one. So we'll go ahead and just copy and paste these as well. Because So what we're gonna do with that is we're gonna kind of build our t-shirt with this piece, and I'm gonna make these bigger because we're gonna need kind of a spread out collar. It's a fairly wide neck collar that we're gonna need. We'll go ahead and start with our shorts just because that will be a little bit easier. But what I was thinking of doing is, obviously these are denim style shorts. So I'm gonna go ahead and ungroup these so I can manipulate the elements easier. You can isolate these groups, but I'm just gonna ungroup them. So I'm just gonna get rid of these pockets. And then I'm gonna change the style. And I'm gonna get rid of these seams here on the side. Or I suppose we can make them. No, you know what? Let's keep them. But I will change these back pockets and the front pockets. We'll do distressed denim jean shorts. Why not? But I am going to change the pockets. So what we're going to do is go to the brushes and additions again. And let's find some cool pockets for our shorts. So we've got, I believe a denim pockets. So we can find something that we like. Let's do these. These are kind of cool. Not very Ivy style, but you know, gotta adapt it for the times. And then we'll kind of take this one as well. And then we can Control V those. Drop them in. Place that there. Rotate it. Bring that up a little bit. And then we're going to do click it. We're going to hit O. Alt, click, copy for the reflection of the pocket. Situations like this is when you mainly would use the reflection tool. And then we're going to go ahead and ungroup this so we can drag it more accurately. We'll go ahead and drop those in on our shorts. May have to rotate a little bit. We can use the small arrows to be as exact as we need to. And then we're going to go ahead and go in and use the direct selection tool to bring these to the edge of our pant. Cool. We got our new pockets. And then to spice these up, oh yeah, what color should we make these? I'm going to make these like a distressed black wash denim. That'd be kind of cool. So what we can do is we can group these just so that when we change the color, it's a lot easier. And then we can group them again. Isolate. Select same fill color, you know, the drill at this point. I'll do black. We'll do a different label for our color. I think white would be kind of cool here. And then do like we'll double click to get out of the isolation mode, and then we'll just isolate this group. If you double click enough, it will just continuously isolate groups. And then we'll do our OTB logo again. Oh, you want all caps. It's actually not a bad size. And then we can just bring that down. I'm just going to expand it. And this can be our little patch label, leather, or whatever material we want it to be. I'm just going to play with that. It's good enough for the demo. Okay, and then let's add some distressing. Actually, let's add a color here. So again, in the brushes and additions, there's different metallic gradients. Oops. My bad. Okay, yeah, like I was saying, there's different metallic gradients, copper, brass, gunmetal, gold, silver, whatever. And you can just use these to give your trims, you know, whatever color you want to. So it's nice for that. And you can just select it and wrong document. You can select it and copy it in, and then you can kind of just do what we've been doing. Direct select, eyedropper, and there you go. You got it on there now. Cool. And then let's make these black as well, or blackish at least. We can direct select these. Select same fill color. Now it's only selecting, these are the only instances of this color. So sometimes you can get away with just direct selecting something and then select same fill color, which is nice. So we'll do like just a regular black, because this will be a black wash denim. So that was those frays. What these are just frays, like just stressing. They're stressing. Excuse me. So we'll go ahead and add our kind of vintage wash now. These are not a very Ivy pair of shorts, but you know, gotta reinterpret the look a little bit. So we'll go ahead and bring in some. Here's our vintage wash. Bring him here. And then we'll do our. We might expand first, but we'll create our copy just so we can have an outline to work from. We can go ahead and ungroup these twice probably, because all we need is the overall outline, which I believe this is. Yeah, so we just need the outline. We don't need any of these other details. So we can just go ahead and take these main groups, and I'm just holding shift while I select those, and then I'm gonna give myself a bit of room with the zoom tool and hold shift and alt and drag down. And then I'm just gonna object expand these so I can combine them easier. Object expand, and then I don't really need this. I can delete it, but I'm just gonna keep it there just in case. And then I'm gonna go ahead and unite these. Oh, we're not. Let's see. Sometimes it's tricky with using swatches, because you can see here it fills it with squares, like that's how it's coloring it. And then when you expand it, it likes to do funky things. So let's go ahead and see if we can just give it. Actually, you know what? Before we expand it, let's change the fill color. I'm going to redo the move on both of these. Redo copy. And we're just going to give these a standard fill color so that way we don't have any issues. So what I'm doing is I'm just selecting all these and hitting D, and that gives a default fill color 1 point, or white fill, 1 point black stroke. And then we'll be able to expand these without any issue. Okay. Combine. All right, now we're gonna create our. First, we're gonna kind of drag these over. You see they're behind, so we're just gonna go ahead and select all these. Shift, Control, right bracket. Now they're on top, and we can go ahead and drag and Alt. Kind of create our copies, and we'll start placing these how we want to have them on our final piece. Just gonna play around with it a little bit. Vintage wash effect, something like that. Let's grab this one. And obviously you can play with these as much as you want in terms of changing dimension and whatnot. And you can stack them and create even more of a vintage wash. It's really up to you. I don't like how small this one is, so we're just going to get rid of that one. Let's see what else we have. And maybe this one, rotating with these points here, shrinking down. And then we'll drag these down to our outlines here. And then we're going to put these on top. Shift, Control, right bracket, or you can right click, arrange, bring to front, arrange, bring to front. And then you're going to select each group, do Control 7. And that will give you your outlines. And we can bring those up. And we can always, the mask will be on top, so we can always double click that and make any adjustments we want to, and even bring in new items or new, just new items, new things we want inside of it. So we are done with our shorts, so we'll go ahead and give him, we'll go ahead and group all this just so we don't accidentally, looks like there's still that one group we forgot to move, so we'll go ahead and ungroup that once, and we'll go ahead and group our front and back individually. We'll bring these up to our guy. You know what? I almost feel like giving these a double knee as well, but we can save a more workwear look for another video. About there. We don't gotta go too crazy with this, but just for fun. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is create our kind of layered tee. So I'm thinking of using this one because I think that would be a little bit easier. Or I might use this one. Let's see. We give it a cropped look. So yeah, I'm basically just gonna create like a layered top shirt. We can see how that ends up looking. Okay, yeah, that's doable. Let's do this. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to bring in a different long sleeve top though. I want, see here we have, this is kind of a cropped fit Oxford. I want one that's more like this, so we're going to take that one. Actually, we're going to take this one. So slight change of plans, but it's okay. You have options with the OTB Full Catalog Bundle. You don't have to compromise on vision, because what you need will be available a few clicks away. Okay, so we just Control C, Control V that. Go ahead and ungroup it, so we can drop in this shirt on top, and we're just gonna see if we need to do any scaling. Just brought it to front, so I'll scale it a bit upwards. Not you. You. Something like that, and drag this over a little bit. I'm going to drag this, actually we'll do that in a little bit. So we're going to go ahead and center this. So if you want to center two things, you can just select both of them, align, and do this. It'll center it to each other. So we're getting our layered tee, and then we're going to create a collar right here so it can, this part can be properly on top. So what we're going to do is we're going to move these. Move these over. And then we're just going to create a copy of this, I think. Let's see. These are ultimately going to be the collars that we're going to have in front, and then we're going to have the collared shirt kind of behind. So, alright, apologies, I got a phone call. So we're going to go ahead and make a nice little gap here. So probably this angle so that way we can fit our collar over it, kind of. Let's just go ahead and see where that would put us. If we were to put our collar right here, that's a little big, but a little bit smaller. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna kind of bring this up to these points here, and then we're gonna center it and bring it down a little bit so it kind of matches. But we'll just go ahead and see where this puts us in terms of, okay, that's pretty good actually. So okay, so what we're gonna go ahead and do is we're gonna, since this is unoutlined, we can manipulate the points, and we're gonna click A one time, and we're gonna drag these out to these points here, so that way it covers that part. And boom, we just created our own t-shirt using a neckline and a template. So that's basically how you use the top shirt creation kit. You basically just drop the neckline onto you know, whatever top you like, and you can just move the points and center it. It's pretty easy. I'll probably do a whole video about this, nothing too long, but this is kind of just the full comprehensive course for people who just want to do it in one straight sitting, like apparently how I like to do these videos, because I should probably break this apart, but I don't think I'm going to. So what we're going to do now, I think, is, so we're going to drop this on top of this. So we want to get rid of this back piece. So what we're going to do is see if we can go ahead and do that actually, because I think we can. Let me see. Probably shouldn't. Wait, let me see. Actually, maybe we can. No, okay. So I get rid of that. What I'm gonna do is use the shape builder tool probably, and I'm just gonna ungroup that so we can work with things. I'll get rid of this stitching. That will just complicate things. Okay, so I'm gonna select these and this, and I want to get rid of this. So I'm gonna do Shift M. Okay, I still need to select this back one. You know what, I'm just gonna select everything. Shift M there, and then get rid of these. And I think we should be good now. Okay. Ooh, not document info. Okay. So what I'm gonna do now is bring him over here. Put him on top of here, like that, center it, and then I'm going to lower this down a little bit so you can see we have a little gap here. So just give me a couple. Oop, forgot to group these. Go ahead and group that, bring it down like one. Looks like there's other parts we forgot to group. Okay, we're just going to bring him back over. Control Z. Okay, looks like we forgot to group it. So always remember to group. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can forget to group things. This is a live demo. Basically, this is a realistic Adobe Illustrator usage. Sometimes you make little mistakes, even me. So yeah, again, we're going to go ahead and lower this one. That's perfect. And then we're going to go ahead and have this collar sitting on top. So what I think we're going to do, I want to give this more of a crop fit, this t-shirt. So before we do that, we're going to go ahead and double click him to isolate him. And we're going to take our direct selection tool and we're going to drag this bottom part. And then we can click a point, hold shift and drag it up. Maybe just like that, a little bit lower. Don't want it too cropped. That's good. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is have this collar sitting on top. So, but before we do that, we're gonna create a copy of this because we're gonna put it on the back as well. The back of our t-shirt, but we need to add the back of our collar. So we'll do that after we finish the front. So what I think we're gonna do is group these together. So we're gonna go ahead and ungroup this, and then group this. So that way we can kind of get them together, because this is gonna be some funky layering is what it's gonna come down to. So let's see if we can get away with just selecting these pieces of our collar and bringing them to front. Okay, we gotta select the outline too. Okay, let's see if we can do this. Perfect, we got away with it. Okay, yeah, so we just selected the pieces of our shirt, or of our collar, and brought them to the front. So that was pretty easy. No big deal there. And now this is all one group. So not much else to do there. We'll color them in a second. But what we're gonna do now is, actually I almost want to bring that collar out a little bit. No, he's fine. We'll give him tags and stuff a little bit, but we're gonna go ahead and do the back first. So we're gonna go down to our shirt. Go ahead and ungroup him. Take out the collar. Take out all this other stuff that we kind of accidentally created. First, we're gonna make sure the back of our collar is the same size because we scaled the other one. So we can go ahead and just scale that so it's the same width mostly. And then we're gonna bring him over, and we're just gonna kind of scale it again. Or create our collar, I should say. Let's get rid of this extra junk that we created with the shape builder tool. And we're gonna put him on top. Again, let's make sure this is okay. Yeah, it's grouped. When you group when you center things, make sure the pieces you want centered are grouped, or they don't always have to be, but it's best if they are, because let's say we wanted to group these elements and the collar, but this was ungrouped, it wouldn't work. Really, like for example, if you wanted to center it, but like this was here and you just did that, see it moves all that. So just make sure things are grouped. At the moral of the story. Okay, we'll go ahead and, so that's centered, we'll go ahead and bring him up. And we'll bring up this so you don't see that. And then we'll go ahead and take this. Oh, yep, example, why you group. Sometimes it's hard to tell if things are grouped or not. Let's drag him over. See how that looks. Looks good. We'll center it just to be sure. Looks like we could lower it maybe 1 or 2. I'd say that's good. Okay, so we got the back of our shirt. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this other stuff, just because we don't need it. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna color these. So I'm thinking white for this base. So what we're gonna do is go ahead and group these, make their own layer, make their own isolated group. Then we're gonna select the same fill color again. Select same fill color, and we're gonna do this kind of white color. And then for the t-shirt, I'm kind of thinking, so we're just going to direct select the t-shirt and the collar on both sides, and I'm holding shift while I'm doing that, and I'm using the direct selection tool, and I'm going to change the fill. How would brown look? Is that too much? Brown and white. About red. How would red look? Let me see. Actually, I kind of dig that. I'm not gonna lie. Kind of like that. So we might just roll with that. We'll put it with our look and see how it ends up looking. Go ahead and make sure these are grouped. Don't want to make any more mistakes with that today. Embarrassing enough. So that's how it's looking so far. And we'll go ahead and bring him over. And we'll give him a logo or something, don't worry. Might do that patch label that we did for the windbreaker. I like that one. So you know what, we'll go ahead and take that and we'll put it on our shirt as well. We're just gonna take this, zoom in, double click, double click, double click until we can just copy this element. So there we go, Control C, and then we'll go to here, and then we'll double click so we can copy onto him. Control V gives us our patch. Put it on the chest here. Nice little chest logo. Perfect. I'm just gonna copy one of these elements off to the side in case we want to use it again. And then we can do the same thing for the back of the shirt. Have one like right here. Just repeat the element, and we can center that. And perfect. I think that will be all for that look. We'll give him a hang tag and a size tag as well, just so he has them. And we can go ahead and steal that from our first item, which I believe is on the rugby polo. So yeah, we can go ahead and steal, we can just steal both of these from there. Double click, so hold shift, select both, Control C, and zoom in, double click. No, don't need to do it so many times. Let's make sure it's on the proper layer. Double click, one time is enough. Control C, Control V. We already did Control C but in the other window, but we're doing Control V in this window to paste. Again, or you can right click and do paste here. There's also options to paste in front, place in back, paste on all artboards, etc. You can play around with those more on your own and figure out what they do each. It's pretty self-explanatory though. And then I'd say that's good. I'm gonna lower them a little bit more, just so it looks like they're coming out of the seam. Just gonna move. Double click this one. Actually, no. You know what? That's just me being way too picky. So I think that's okay. For purposes of demo, this is more than okay. Except this one, I might move down just a little bit more. And you can go back to, like, you can click this one and it'll take you back to that group. So you can move around pretty easily. Alright, I think we should call it then. We spent a lot of time on this look. I don't need to beat a dead horse, so this look is complete. We'll go ahead and drag these into our lookbook kind of thing we got going. And we'll play with some elements and create our final presentation for look 3. Alright, we're going to get out of that isolated group. We're going to go ahead and Control C, Control V our looks, or our final garments, I should say. Everything is grouped, so there's no issue there. Right, front and back. We'll go put him in the back. Grab him, move him over. Grab him, put him in the back. And here he is. And then we're going to do our little drop shadow. We're going to expand these and see what happens. Sometimes it doesn't like expanding with when you've had a whole lot of mask and stuff. I'm kind of unsure how we'll go. We'll see. Looks like it's going to be okay. So we'll go ahead and do it. Okay. It's okay. Yeah, so I wouldn't expand these fading marks. I would expand your garment before you add these, but this is just a demo, so we can get away with not doing it entirely. But just to add our drop shadow, we're just going to go ahead and group these. Effect should be here still. Apply drop shadow. Let's see if it does it with the mask. Sometimes it doesn't. Let's see if it does it. Okay, it survived. Okay, so here is look 3. We've got a layered. I guess this would be long sleeve now, so this is no longer correct. Let's change it to layered button Oxford. And then these are no longer graphic chino shorts. Not that it matters, but we'll just say distressed. I cannot spell today. Apologies for that. Distressed shorts. Yeah, so we've got our black wash distressed raw edge jean shorts and our layered Oxford shirt. So that concludes look 3. Time to move on to look 4. Alright, we're back in Illustrator. Time to design look 4. If you haven't noticed, we're kind of going for a spring summer vibe. Maybe like a resort season kind of thing. So we're going to do some shorts again. Of course, you need the blazer jacket for the ivy. If you can see, they love blazers. I guess there's not any in these photos, but it's various. Here's one. So we're going to do a blazer, short look, rope trucker hat, and a t-shirt. Might change as we do it, but yeah, let's run it up. My computer's lagging a little bit, so sorry about that. I just opened the outerwear file, which is very large, so I recommend only opening it in one window if you can do so. I'm using a laptop, so that's why it's even loading now to open it, and we can wait a little bit, but okay, here we go. So the blazers are, let's see. Let's see where they're at. Here are the double-breasted coats and the single-breasted coats. Okay, here's the blazer. Alright, let's take our blazer out and get this file closed so our computer can go a little bit faster. Hopefully. Okay. Croaky figures. Let's go ahead and clear this look. We're done with him. Control V. Drop him in. Go ahead and get rid of this stuff. Don't need them anymore. If I were actually designing this collection, I would save these. Just so I had them just in case. Save as many iterations of it as you can. Because you can save these off to the side of, as long as it's not on here, it won't show up if you print it, or you can save this in a PDF and send it to someone and they won't be able to see these. as far as I know. I mean, for sure it won't print, and it won't show what's on the fringes, the kind of the playground, as my old Illustrator teacher used to call it. So you can have a bunch of stuff around here. Just your file might get a little slow, so you can just save as and just use different names, you know, design v1, or just be saving in different steps, just so you don't you can avoid headaches later, because I have definitely had a fair share of frustrating moments because I didn't save at certain points. But yeah, and you can save as different document names, so you can always go back to those later and not have your current file be too big or too slow if you're using a ton of reference images or have a bunch of designs. So what we are also going to have is, actually, you know what, should we do a t-shirt or a short sleeve polo? Or actually, I have some retro v-necks. Let's take a look at those. Okay. We're kind of going to go shopping and see what we have, see what we're feeling. What I was talking about was this one. Ooh, this might be kind of fun too. This roll neck oversized t-shirt. And I'm also thinking this retro v-neck t-shirt. We're gonna just use this one. I like this one. Fits Ivy well. I'm gonna drop him in, and then we're gonna go to shorts because we got shorts. So, I was thinking maybe some athletic shorts for this, but with the blazer, I'm not sure. Chino work shorts. So I think maybe I'll do like a PE kind of style look at the end. We'll do some short shorts for this one. These are kind of shorter. We can do elastic front. Let's do these elastic ones. No, let's just do the normal ones. Control C, Control V, and we'll go ahead and close. Oh yeah, can't forget the hat. And we'll go ahead and close these so we can get some faster loading. Actually, we'll do the head then. Let's just do the tops first and the bottom. Ungroup. And if I were doing like a full tech pack or something, I would be using all of these looks. I'd be using the callouts. Be sure to check out our tech pack video. That's an extremely in-depth guide on how to create tech packs. I'd be using all these technical callouts and all these other views and stuff. But since it's just a demo, I'm just using the basic front and back look, just so we don't take too much time, because we've already probably had a few hours, I'm sure. But let's see. What are we thinking? I kind of want like a patch here, and this one we'll just do a basic T to start. So I'm gonna go ahead and group these, kind of change the color, same fill color. Let's do like a beige, and then for these we can do so I'm selecting the same fill color for this gray because all these grays are the same color. So select same fill color, and we'll do brown. Yeah, that's cool. And then for the shorts, maybe we can do like that beige or even the ivy. So let's go ahead and group these. And if I were designing a real collection, it'd be much more planned. This is just kind of spontaneous and fun. So it's a little light. But yeah, this is just demo, so maybe like a red jacket. Yeah, these are already grouped, so we can just go ahead and group them this way. forgot to do that. Select the group. Select fill color. I'm thinking red. That's a little loud. But I also kind of want to do a pattern. And we could briefly talk about patterns. We already have green. That's a little black. I think that could work. Maybe. Yeah, I don't like this green with that. We'll finish the t-shirt and then we'll go back. So for this, I'm thinking just a simple tag. We don't need to do too much with him. Just have a nice basic piece in the collection that we don't have to plaster with a bunch of logos. You know, customers like to have a mix. We're just gonna steal these tags again. And Control C. Control V. I'm just gonna put them off to the side here just in case we want them. Oops. Just right there is fine, I guess. And then I'm gonna go ahead and copy them over here as well. Actually, I'm just gonna delete them there. I don't want them there. I'm just gonna go over here. Control V. That's good. Zoom in. Double click to isolate that group. Control V. Kind of just drag it into place. Obviously, I'm gonna have to do some finagling, but it's all good. Tutto bene. And if you're a control freak, you can like move these points to kind of, where I'm making a tech pack, I absolutely would. Kind of position these exactly, but for the purpose of the demo, it's okay. You get the idea. Like what I mean is I would move these points. Actually, let's just go ahead and do that. It's gonna take 30 seconds. So we're gonna double click him again. We're gonna use the direct selection tool, kind of bring these down. We're gonna select all these points with the direct selection tool and hold shift and kind of just bring them down a bit. So that way it goes under the seam more smoothly. At least it looks like it does. So yeah, there's the tag. And then I think we're gonna maybe let him chill besides that. Just a nice, simple, essential piece. Maybe we could add like a stripe here. Would that be getting redundant? Yeah, we can just add a couple here and talk about the pen tool. So yeah, if you wanted to add a stripe to like a sleeve or something, you can use the pen tool and just click and create your point. This has the fill, and we'll do with the stroke. And then you can change how thick you want it. And then what I like to do personally, this is kind of extra, but we're gonna make it match the shirt color. What I like to do is so with strokes, you can see how it has like a flat end where you can change it so that it's rounded or etc. There's a whole lot of things you can do with strokes. Typically, I just like to expand them or outline them. And eventually, I'm going to show you guys how to create a shortcut for expanding, because obviously we do that a lot. So, and then I just like to drag out to the point so it's not really going over the outline. This is a little extra, but if you want to do it, you can. I think it just looks better. And it's not very hard to do. Really. There. Here. Okay, looks good. And then once you have it done on one side, you can kind of just do the same for the other. Just reflect it on the point, and then fix it if it's off a little bit. Looks good. And then we can just go ahead and drag this over. Okay. Put him here. It's close. It's close. Okay, let's fix him. Alright, he's in place. We have our sleeves. Good to go. I'd say he's done. Let's go ahead and complete him. These are still grouped. Okay, ungroup once. Go ahead and group these. Well, I want to spice these up. These are a little basic right now, so let's go ahead and go to our brushes and additions and see if we have anything that can spice it up. I think maybe adding like a pocket to the front and adding, oh, I like these pockets. Let's add these to the front. Croaky fingers. Make it a little tactical. Maybe this will be too much. We'll see. I don't want to. Yeah, nah, this is too much. We can do a tactical collection next, maybe. I think these are fine for now. Maybe there is something we can add. Just to spice it up a little bit. I think that's good, actually. I mean, maybe we can go ahead and just change out some belt loops or something. Let me look at the belt loops it has. No, it's fine. We'll just leave it. This is long already. But yeah, if you want it, you know, we'll just change it out for demo purposes. So you can just go ahead and double click, isolate group, and most of the time they will be grouped, so you can just go ahead and delete them. And then you can go ahead and go into your trim additions bundle. And it looks like this isn't grouped, but we'll just go ahead and group that and copy. Most of these will be grouped, obviously, as you can see. If it's not grouped, you can just go ahead and group it. And then Control C, Control V, drop him in. And then we can drag him into place. Okay, so yeah, we'll talk about symbols in a little bit, because this plus sign, you can see that kind of iron cross looking thing. That's signifying this as a symbol. And we'll talk about symbols in a little bit. So yeah, we have it in place, and we're just gonna go ahead and direct select it and change the fill color to match our. Sure, and here you could use the eyedropper tool, like it'd be no problem, since it has, I guess it would be a problem because it has a different stroke weight. So sometimes it's just easier to add it to a swatch menu. You'll just have to experiment and see what works best for your kind of workflow. Because like I said, there's a million ways to change colors in Illustrator, and you can always change the eyedrop settings so it doesn't include stroke. It's really up to you and what you feel like doing. So yeah, here's that, and we'll just copy one of these because it's already a different color. Get out of that, and we're gonna ungroup these just once, and then we're going here, and we're gonna get rid of these. Actually, we'll keep one of them the same. We'll keep this middle one. No, there we go. Control C, Control V, and put him right here. Actually, we'll put him right here. And we can rotate him a little tiny bit so it matches with the top. reflect him on this middle piece here. Good to go. Alright, so we spiced them up a little bit, and I showed you how to change belt loops, so hopefully that was a productive piece. This blazer is kind of not doing what I want it to, so let's see if we have any patterns. A quilted blazer, that'd be kind of crazy. But let's just see if we have anything that we could use. Most of these are quill patterns, so a mesh blazer would be kind of crazy. So we can go ahead and talk about patterns because it wouldn't be an introductory Illustrator tutorial if it didn't. So creating patterns can be kind of funky, but so basically when you create a pattern, you're going to have a swatch, a square, and it's going to be a repeat. And Illustrator comes with a couple defaults. Let's get rid of that stroke. So basically there's a square in here somewhere that repeats. It looks like it's right here. Sometimes you can see little lines. So it looks like it goes down and stops here. So yeah, this part here is like a repeat. And then it will repeat here and just over and over again. So we're gonna sometimes making a pattern create some experimentation, but we'll see if we can get away with creating like a basic stripe pattern pretty quickly. So we're just gonna go ahead and create, and it has to be in a square or a rectangle shape. I'll show you what it would look like if, you know, say you had a circular motif that you want to repeat it, but it wasn't in a square, or a pattern that isn't square or rectangle based. So we'll create, and you can create your own plaids and stuff too. It's actually kind of cool. Oops, I'm just dragging these out. And align these, distribute. We can see if we can actually create a plaid. We'll try and make this quick so we don't bore everybody. See. We'll just do a simple stripe to start. And actually we want another white one here. Okay, so we have our simple stripe here. And then we're gonna go to we're gonna group these, I believe would be the best thing to do. Object, pattern, make. Here it is. And okay, what does that mean? Let's try ungrouping that. I've never gotten that message before. Object, pattern, make. Patterns cannot contain anything, but these aren't patterns. Blooper. Quick interjection. So I believe the main reason I got that error message was because it was registering the swatches that we made from our with the eyedropper tool, with those squares that we dragged into our swatches panel. It was registering those as fill patterns. So that was the first time I've ever gotten the issue, because usually what I'll do is I'll show you. Usually when I'm trying to match a color to something, I'll just direct select and use the eyedropper tool. But for the purpose of the video, I was doing the swatch panel. I just drag those colors into the swatch panel. So if you're having the issue and you're trying to make a pattern, just eyedrop the color to your original swatch, and then you should be fine. Just wanted to give a quick interjection about that issue. I've never had that before personally, but if you're having the issue and you come across the issue, you can just do that. Yeah, it's giving us some trouble because it's registering these as patterns, these swatches that we made. So what I think we're gonna have to do is see if we can get away with using the eyedropper tool on our swatches. So let's see if that works. Oh my gosh. Sorry. The Microsoft home button is in such a weird place. The Windows home button. Okay, shift. See if that kind of can register it as its own color. Alright, let's try it now. Object, pattern, make. Okay, there we go. Okay, so yeah, we opened the pattern. Because typically when I color something, I just use the eyedropper tool and color onto the swatch. But yeah, if you're gonna make a pattern, do it this way. So you can like name the pattern. You can do an offset one. I'll show you that in a second. You know, there's width, different copies you can do. It's really up to you. And you can dim copies. At least it's only in this window. That won't apply itself in the other window. But we'll just do ivy stripe here, and then you can do done and kind of escape out of it. And then this will create a new pattern. So if you open the swatches menu, you can see we have our pattern here, and then we can draw any shape, and we have our custom pattern available, and it will kind of scale. However, this one was just made quickly, and it kind of has this awkward ending, so we're just gonna, when we do our fill, we'll kind of move it so it doesn't have that. But yeah, patterns can definitely be its own video, and I'll definitely have a video dedicated to that because it's kind of a convoluted topic, and it's not something I use incredibly often, but they are definitely very important for, you know, creating your own custom patterns. And the brushes library has these saved as patterns, I'm quite certain. Yes, these are repeating fill patterns. So we'll do some quilted garments just so you can kind of get an idea of how those work. But yeah, you can just draw a shape, and you can see how it's just filling it with the pattern. And there's multiple here, so, and you can just find these in the swatches menu, and you can scale patterns as well. So yeah, those are all patterns, and we'll probably have more releasing in the future, like maybe plaids or such things. But typically, if I'm using patterns, it's one of these, because textile designing is kind of its own field, which is a field I heavily respect because it's very difficult to create repeating patterns sometimes. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and select same fill color, and let's see if we can add our stripes and make them look nice. So this is pretty fun. It's a pretty fun suit we got here. Actually, do we want to use that color? You know, I've already gone this far. I'm not gonna go back and change the colors of the I'll change the color of the shorts, but not the suit stripes. So a trick I want to show you is if you click S and enter, you can have the option to, you can either transform the objects or you can transform patterns. So if you want to scale down the pattern, like if you thought a pattern was too big, like I think this one's a little too big, we'll see how it looks smaller. We can go ahead and scale it down and see, it looks like it didn't do it. Let's try that one more time. Sometimes Illustrator is so funky. Same fill color, S. Okay, now it's doing it. So I don't like how small this is. Let's do like 80% and see how it looks. But yeah, this is how you can do patterns. And I find myself doing this a lot because it's really the only way to scale patterns. It's the most efficient way to scale patterns. It's not the only way, but it's the easiest way. So you can go ahead and do that. And then we're going to rotate these sleeves because you see this sleeve was not cut like this. This sleeve will be cut the same direction as this fabric, And this fabric is going at an angle, so we're going to go ahead and match the angle to the correct direction. So we're going to go ahead and direct select that. We're going to hit R, and then we're going to hold our tilde and rotate it that way. And we're going to do the same for all these. And it's not super necessary, but it just makes your flats look that much better. I almost wish we did this with a button shirt. This would look cool with a button shirt, but it's okay. It's just a demo. Oh, no, just want this one. Or tilde. And it's a kind of weird collection of buttons that you have to push, but you'll get used to it. Or tilde there. And we're just gonna make this collar like a different color, maybe how would that look? It's like black. We're getting into some funky territory, but we'll make it green. And then we're gonna change this inside so our suit has a lining, or blazer, sorry. We'll give it a red lining. That's very loud. Maybe brown lining, beige. Let's give it a beige lining. Actually, you should probably give it a darker color. Just whatever. Yeah, this is a transparency to show the inside, the opposite side of a fabric color, or the opposite side of a fabric. So manufacturers or other designers or whoever know, just to let them know that that's the inside of the fabric. This is a very different piece compared to the rest of the collection, but it's okay. We're just doing a demo. And then we'll just we'll let him keep his white buttons. And then we'll just make these shorts brown just because we already have, actually no, we'll just keep them. And then we'll have the rope trucker hat as well. So I'm gonna go ahead and open that file and be back in a sec. All right, so I went ahead and opened the rope trucker hat and copy that and paste that in. So it loads. Yeah, this jacket is kind of hideous, but we're just gonna roll with it because I need something to show you guys patterns. So go ahead and scale this down, and we'll fit him up. We'll see. I'm just gonna go ahead and drag these onto Illustrator now. Once we design the hat, or sorry, the other file. Once we design the hat, we'll go ahead and do that. All right. Sorry, I can't look at this jacket. We're gonna go ahead and make this a button shirt. Oops. I think we already have that file open, so I'm gonna go ahead and grab that from the OTB Full Catalog Bundle. Short sleeves tops, unaligned. I think we're gonna do a camp shirt. I think that fits it better. And we can do the same stripes, because that blazer is not very appealing, at least for this kind of vibe. And we'll still be able to show patterns. So what I'm thinking is a camp shirt, which I have right here. Control C, Control V. So same pattern, but I think just different garment. That's not extremely appealing, at least for this collection, as I said. we'll just do a front back again because it's only demo. If I were doing a tech pack, I would do everything. All the views just in case. But select same fill color, give him a stripe. Again, we're gonna do the same thing for the sleeves. Put those in the proper direction. Direct select, and you can do 2 at once too. Probably should have been doing that last time. I believe we could get away with 2 at once. Yeah, put them that way. Cool. And we'll do these 2 as well. Rotate the sleeve. Okay, cool. And then for the collar, we're just gonna make that a solid color. Just gonna make that our green. Because why not? Looks like we'll have to create a group here. So you just go ahead and Shift M. Create a unique fill shape there. Okay. Grab this line, and create our shape. Shift M. There we go. It's its own shape now. And we'll go ahead and get rid of that stroke. So we don't need that. Actually, we do 1 point. And then we'll give him a solid thing there. And then we could probably get rid of this line here. We don't think we need that. Yeah. And I'm just going to drag this one down a tiny bit. What this is a shadow, just to let the people know that, hey, this is a collar with space underneath it. Just details like that can increase or decrease the likelihood of mistakes happening, and just makes your flats that much better. So that's a little better. We'll roll with it. I mean, we're just gonna keep moving. So we'll go ahead and grab those. We'll give our trucker some color. Ungroup. We'll make this a patch trucker hat using the same patch that we've been using. No, I want the back still. Marquee selecting these and just deleting them. I don't need them. Don't want them. I'm gonna give him just a little embroidered kind of pocket logo, just so he has something interesting going on with him. And again, in the brushes and additions, there's like a bunch of different pockets that you can put on instead if you find what it comes with not satisfactory. Double click so it's already in the group. I'm going to ungroup these first. Ungroup. Double click V. And just put him like right here. Perfect. Actually, I kind of want to put a patch right here too. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna move this pattern. See if I can get away with it. So you can hold the tilde and kind of drag out patterns too. So I'm just holding the tilde. I hit A and I'm holding the tilde and I'm just moving the pattern a little bit so it's where I want it. I'm gonna move this. I'm gonna move this pattern too. Just a little bit so it matches up. And that's just a minor detail you can change if you want. And then we have a brown hat. I don't think we have any brown hats yet. Group. base, like the crown, different color, like a beige. And then we're going to give this rope its own color as well. And I'm just going to keep isolating it until it's its own group. Sometimes you got to do a little bit of clicking, but it's not bad. Same fill color, sorry. And fill color, and let's do that same kind of beige color that we've did for the crown. I believe this is the crown, but and then we'll do our little patch on the front of it. So we can go ahead and steal that from our sample collection. Control C. Oops, wrong one. And then I'm just going to go ahead and drag one off to the side because I know we're going to use it again later probably. Control V. Cool. Just double click on the hat. I'll ungroup it once because I don't need these together yet. Click him. And you can center that. Actually, no, not yet. Let me go ahead and actually just center it, not in the selected group. And I'll just group them together just so it's easier to center. You always want to center your artwork if you're going for a center placement, of course. And I'm going to go ahead and group this. And here's our hats. Here are our hats. Is that too much? Same colors on the hat and the shirt. You know what? Whatever. It's time to move on to the next look. So let's go ahead and add our tag to this cam shirt. Just so we have coordinating. How did that one turn brown? This is funny. I don't feel like changing the color, so I'm just going to go ahead and grab it from our sample collection. It was probably just on the same layer as something else. Alright, now we're going to go to our button shirt and just drop that in like so. Control C, Control V. Again, we're going to have to do some micro adjusting just to get it up. And make it go into the garment more precisely. Not a super necessary step, but just looks less awkward. Here, here, and then we'll do the same thing for this one. Kind of just drag him in right there. Cool. Easy enough. Alright, we'll go ahead and copy and paste all these. And, excuse me, we'll go ahead and add a patch logo to our shorts as well, just because none of them have anything interesting like that. Besides our distress shorts. And then I'm not really going to worry about outlining it because I'm not scaling it. But if you were outlining it, you'd have to scale it just as we've gone over. Just getting a good angle there. Work. And then we'll go ahead and just grab all these. Bring them into our look so we can get that. Is it look 4? Look 4 completed. I think this one might be my favorite. I also really love this hat though. And I like that polo. So I'm just double clicking to get out of that isolation mode. And then I'm going to drop in these pieces. So yeah, you see these are symbols. We'll go ahead and talk about symbols quick just because we haven't really gone in depth with them. So these are symbols, and those are bar tack symbols. So they're kind of linked to each other. I'll go ahead and show you. This is symbols. We're going to go ahead and use OTB. So you can drag these out, and these are symbols. You can see by the plus sign. And you can't edit them individually. If you want to edit the symbol, you can hit edit symbol, but it will edit all of them, and it will apply it to all instances of the symbol. So I wouldn't do that. If you wanted to edit a symbol, I would go ahead and do what is called breaking link. Break the link. Let's go ahead and do a rhinestone. So you can drag out, your symbols, your copy, whatever. And then you can break the link, and then it will become kind of its own shape. Break the link, please. Okay, there we go. So now you can see you can adjust it without issues. You can do whatever you want, basically. And you won't have to deal with it, because with this, I mean, you can try to change the fill, but it won't do anything. You can try to change the colors, it won't do anything. So what I typically like to do is I'll just have a library of things here, and then I'll drag them out, and then I'll break the link, and then I can edit it as I want to. But you'll notice some of them have other symbols inside of them, which isn't a big deal. You can break those links as well if you want to. But yeah, that's how you edit symbols. And you can edit a symbol for all instances. It's up to you. But I typically just like to bring it in and then change it if I need to. And then, if I need to repeat this, I can just drag it out, or I can create a new symbol by adding it to here. You can't, since this is its own library, but you can go to the symbols menu and you can drag it in here, or you can, create your own symbol. Symbols are their own video as well, and I will do a video on them. But you can drag them and create your own in different static or dynamic. It really is its own rabbit hole. But basically, if you want to edit, I would drag it out and then break the link. That's a very important thing to do if you want to edit symbols. But yeah, because the thing with symbols is they can't really be edited. And if another way you can edit them is if you, I believe if you just expand them, then you can. Yeah, so if you just expand it, then you can edit it as well. So if you have a lot of symbols in a garment like this, like you can see all those iron crosses, we can just outline these, and then we can edit them, and edit the points and the color and all of that stuff. So typically I just like to expand them out when I'm done editing, just so I can go back and change the colors or anything if I want to. And we haven't really been changing the color or stitching or anything like that, but typically that is something I would do, at least in, like, say for example, like a tech pack on the color page. If we're doing a use like an odd combination or like a contrast stitching or something like that, and we can do a contrast stitching for maybe this crew neck sweatshirt or something. we'll play around with that. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and bring our final pieces in. Oop, forgot to group that one. Go ahead and group that. Go ahead and, oops, accidentally scaled it. Bring that in. Let's put one here and one here. And then bring these hats down, or these shirts down and the hats up. So we can scale them just a little bit. Not that they're going to have a lot of room, but just arranging them. And Illustrator is going to be a lot of playing with, and but eventually you'll get used to it. It's kind of it can be intimidating sometimes, but it's a very fun program. And definitely, I think one of the best to learn for fashion design, just because it has many other applications like graphic design, and if you've already been using it for that, then you're probably pretty familiar with it. And especially for vector manipulation, it's amazing. So we'll go ahead and just apply our drop shadows. It's going to take a little bit for the rope trucker hats because they're such big things. Apply drop shadow effect, apply drop shadow effect, apply drop shadow. I could have done it to all of them at once, but it's okay. So yeah, here's look number 4. So I imagine the person wearing the shorts, and then they have this open, and they're wearing the t-shirt underneath, and then they have the hat on as well. So we'll go ahead and change this to match what it actually is now. Because that blazer was just, and this, I don't really like this pattern, but I had to make a pattern on the fly, so it worked. And then, oh yeah, I completely forgot to show the last part of patterns. So if you want to create, say, a pattern of a star, you can go ahead and do that. So we're just going to draw a square. Or just, I'll show you what I mean. So we'll just go ahead. Say you want to create a pattern of, just something like a simple star with no background even. We'll go ahead and get rid of the stroke and the fill. So what you're going to have to do is create no stroke and no fill shape, a square, and then you can put your design inside of here. So we'll go ahead and drag them together. And then we can go to Object, Pattern, Make. And then this will get you your pattern, and this has no background, so you can lay this over top of something. Like all the mesh, or the mesh has no background color, and the quilts have no background color, so you can lay them over top of something, and you can do different arrangements. But yeah, that's how you would do it if you wanted a pattern that isn't a square per se. You have to put it in the confines of a square or a rectangular shape for it to register properly. But I'll show you what I was talking about with the mesh brushes, trims, and additions. So with the mesh and other things, you can create a shape. We'll just do default, and then you can have your fill color or whatever. So say blue, and then you can draw. You can do Control C, Control F to paste on top, and then you can change the fill. Okay, why is it not clicking? Okay, there we go. And then you can apply the quilt or whatever pattern you want to apply. Mesh. Where's mesh? Why is it black now? Okay, I don't know why I was doing those. Let's give it the mesh. Yeah, so here we have our original color, but we applied the mesh over top, which is pretty cool. And we can go ahead. I would take the stroke off of the top layer just so you don't have that. And you can click here on the stroke and pretty quickly take that off. But yeah, that's why those have no background. So you can just kind of copy, paste on top. Control C, Control F, and then add that desired swatch, I suppose, on top of that pattern. But yeah, sorry to forget about that pattern spiel at the end there. But yeah, this is look 4. Not my favorite look. It's not super conducive, I guess, but we'll just go with it. We're just doing this for demo, so time to move on to look 5. This one's a little bit more simple. We'll have this one be like the relaxed look, the sweatpant look, if you will. See you guys in a tiny bit. I'm gonna go and eat lunch, and then I'll get back and we'll finish look 5. Alright guys, we're back in Adobe Illustrator. I went ahead and changed some of the contents of what these final looks will conclude. At this point, it's just kind of reinforcement. I feel like we've covered most of the bases. So these last ones will go a little bit quicker as we'll be moving along a lot faster. So this is going to be the casual look. So I went ahead and opened the sweatshirts. We're doing regular fit, and we're going to do our pants group. So we'll go ahead and find some sweatpants. This whole bottom row is sweatpants, so we got some options. I'm going to go ahead and use these raw edge wide leg sweatpants. Probably. Or I might just use joggers, like these kind of joggers. We'll just use joggers. Control C, Control V, drop that in. I went ahead and cleared everything from before. Hopefully it saved most of the swatches, or some of them. My computer, I took it somewhere, so it completely turned off. So documents basically restarted, which is fine. Or this is a completely new, I just reopened it. So I guess that's why. But let's do regular fit sweatshirts, and then we can do just like a hoodie. We do just a zip hoodie. Works well. And again, this is just a sample, so we don't need all these other views. Drop that in, Control C, Control V. Probably pretty redundant at this point. You see why you want to do that every time and not right click and paste. It doesn't take that much longer, but just a little bit. And these ones, we're just going to do a simple sweatsuit. We could even do multiple colorways. Let's see if we can extract the color from our sample collection. Swatches. Okay, it has them still. So we're just going to drag these out and bring them into our other document. That should be good. And we'll get the red. So we can just take them into our other document. Because sometimes swatches will be saved in one document, but they won't be saved in another. So sometimes you just gotta do some finagling. So since we just have this one color, let's do select, same, fill color, and we'll do a brown sweatsuit. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. We'll go ahead and get rid of these. We don't need these. Marquee select, and then hit delete, and then select same, fill color, and let's see if it added them to our swatch. It did not, so we're gonna have to go ahead and drag these into our swatch menu. No biggie. Just one by one. Oops. Just so it has them. Or we could just do eyedropper, but since we have a stroke, we'll just do this. And again, you can change the eyedropper tool so it doesn't pick up, so it keeps your stroke, but we're just gonna do this for the sake of the demo, because this isn't unoutlined, whereas if this was outlined, you would be able to do it no problem. Like, I'll show you, for example, because if we outline this, we could the stroke and the fill would be separate. Like the black would be an expanded shape, whereas right now it's just a stroke. So if you I drop it to this, it will get rid of the stroke, you know. So that's why we have to add it to the swatch menu. And just having it still on outline allows us to change any of the points if we want to. So typically this is I don't do it all the time, but sometimes I just eyedrop it and do that step last. We can do a brown sweatsuit. And then I think we're going to do alternate stitching on this one. So we're going to change out the zipper just for demo purposes. Change out the zipper and add some drawstrings. So let's do this kind of retro 60s zipper. Actually, let's do this one. I like this one. So I'm just going to select it once. I'm going to find a drawstring, some drawstrings I like. And I'm just going to hold shift and click these. Yeah, I'll take those. Control C. Zoom out a bit so I can move these into place. Control V. I'm going to do the drawstrings first. So what I can do is just Control C. Go into this one. And then, so you see how I want to select these, but this is kind of in the way. What I can do is Control Y. It gives me outline mode, and then I can just marquee select these and get rid of them pretty easily. And then I don't have to deal with, you know, going into a whole new isolated mode and all that. So it's pretty easy to deal with in that regard. And then I can do Control V, bring in my other drawstrings, you know, place them where I need to. And then I might make these like that beige color because I'm going to do an alternate stitching. That's fine. And then I'm going to go ahead and place them on the hoodie as well, just so I have them. Actually, sorry, yeah, redo apply swatch. And then I'm going to go here and double click just so they're on here as well. And then I'll have to change the swatch again, which is fine. Just gonna double click so I can move these singularly. Actually, hold up. I'm gonna rotate this just so it's in the proper place on the hoodie. Right side looks good. Let's do left. Bring him over a bit. Rotate him just a tiny bit. Double clicking again to get in that more defined isolated mode. And I can go ahead and maybe move this over just a tiny bit. And then last step, I'm gonna go ahead and change the colors on the drawstring to match the pants drawstring, which is this beige. And then what we can do is go ahead and change out the zipper now. So I'll just go ahead and put him over here. I'll just Control C him. And then I'm going to drop him in, double click this, so I can get him isolated. I'll just drag him off to the side so I can do a proper scale. And then you see how it's really big. I don't really feel like scrolling out, so I can just hit S, scale, and then I can type in like 15%. Oh, no, not 115. 1.5. Oh, I forgot to scale. Sorry. Outline, object, expand appearance. Okay, now we can scale, right? Yeah. If I have to outline twice, I will, but it looks like I don't have to. Cool. Scale down just a little bit more because we want it to be like that. just want it on the middle of the zipper teeth. And then we can direct select our metallic points. And then hopefully we have our gunmetal. If we don't have it, we can bring it in. Our gunmetal swatch. Don't need it that big, but thank you. And then we can go ahead and direct select those. Colors. Sometimes you gotta get close. Direct select, direct select, direct select. I drop white. Looks good actually. And then for this we can just do the beige or whatever we fancy. And there we go. Perfect. Oh, it looks like one we missed. That's okay. Nope. I was trying to do Z. Okay. And then we're done with him, so we can just go and delete him. Oh, forgot to delete this bit. Just double click it until I get in the isolated selected group. And let's see, what else could we do? Let's do a contrast stitching. I'll show you how you can do that. So these are brushes. We're gonna go ahead and let's see, how should we do it? I'm just gonna double click. I'm gonna expand everything first. So these are these stitching. The stitching is just black and white, or black as you can see. And you can change the stroke color like on these. You can see here we just changed it. But like for example, this one, this double needle top stitch, this is a brush. So if you change the stroke color, it won't change it. So what you can, and you can you can change the color of it if you do some finagling with the brush itself. But typically what I like to do, and what I think is just easiest, is just to maybe it's not easiest, but it doesn't affect the brush as much, is I just prefer to and of course if you were actually expanding this, you'd want to make a copy, etc. But this is just a demo, so I'm not making a copy of it. Before you expand, always make a copy. But I'm going to expand this, and so now these are the brushes are filled, so I can expand them a lot easier, or sorry, change the fill color a lot easier. And what I'm gonna do is just select all the stitching, and I'm going to change the color. Now it's a little monotonous, but it's a nice way to just have an alternate stitching pretty quickly, like 30 seconds, and then we'll do the same thing for the hood, because we'll have to, the hood is its own group. We'll have to click a few times to get into the proper selected, or this proper isolated group. So let's just make sure that we can do this. We might have to expand this one more time. See how that goes. Okay, I think we should be good now. Maybe Illustrator, don't embarrass me today, please. Okay, I think we'll be okay now. Sometimes you just gotta expand some things a few times. It's just picky like that, I guess. At least for me. Yes, looks like this didn't get expanded, so it's actually, he's okay. Let's do that. And then we got the stitching here, so we'll go ahead and get that. And then we also have the neckline stitching. So changing the color of the stitching is one of the more monotonous things, but it's not too bad. This takes a lot of clicking and some patience. but it's important to demonstrate in case you were curious on how to change the color of the stitching. We have the pocket still, and we're just gonna get rid of this stitching. In fact, okay, come on. Thank you. Just gonna get rid of this. I know we took the time to change it, but I'm just gonna get rid of it because sometimes hoodies are just overlocks finishes. They don't have that other stitching there, so we'll just do that, and then we'll get our hood, the kangaroo pocket, and then we'll be done. So hopefully it lets us do these without an issue. Just holding shift and selecting these, and then I'm gonna go to here, this one, sorry, and then so that hoodie's done. I don't really like this that much, but now that it's on it, but it's okay. And then we'll do the back relatively quickly. There. Boom. Then we'll go ahead and get rid of these. We don't want these on our final piece. And again, these are yours to do as much as you want with. You can get creative with these as you'd like. They're completely open to you. I mean, just because they're a certain way doesn't mean they still have to be. These are completely for your creativity. Looks like we'll have to expand him one more time. And we should be good. Yeah, I only expanded this group once. Usually I expand it twice just because of junk like that. Usually happens for some reason. I'm not sure if it's just my Illustrator or what, but let's go ahead and expand everything one more time. Oh, that did not like that, so I'll just leave him. But I think the pants I can get away with expanding one more time, just so I don't have any issues like he did. Yeah, because it's registering these as fill patterns. I don't know if you can see that. It says, yeah, new pattern swatch 5. Oops, new pattern options. Yeah, you can bring that up. I don't know why it considers it a pattern, but so it's gonna treat it like a pattern, and sometimes it has little funky quirks because of that. But it's okay. Usually that's why I prefer the eyedropper tool, to just have a swatch up, you know, from the image. Because if I were to eyedrop it from this, then it will just count it as that. Whereas, you know, if you have it from the image, you know, then it's easier. Actually, I'm just gonna go ahead and show you guys quick. Pantone, CCX Olive. Let's see, for example, we use this one. Copy image. Anytime you have, if you plan on having an image, in one of your documents, always save it. No, what? No. Always, always save it too. Always save image as, just in case you lose it, like your document crashes or something. Then you don't have to go back and try to find it on Google, because that can take a while sometimes. So what I mean is, like, if we select same fill color, if we do that, I mean, I don't know, it's so weird sometimes with patterns. I almost just always prefer to do this, because then this it treats as an actual kind of its own shape, you know, a new swatch. So typically, if you're gonna create a new pattern, I was just doing that for the purpose of the video, but typically what's probably easier is to just do this, because then this doesn't treat it as its own pattern. It treats it as an actual color instead of a pattern, if that makes sense. Whereas if you drag a you know, like here, it doesn't even know the fill because it thinks it's a pattern, when really it's just supposed to be a swatch. But yeah, it's just kind of a weird quirk, I guess. Just have to get just used to it. But yeah, so do color that way. Don't do
I was doing swatch for the video, but then you'll get these weird like square things. So, I mean, it really isn't that big of a deal unless you're doing, I mean, you'll get these line things, but besides that, the pattern fill isn't that big of a deal, and it's pretty easy to set up. But alternatively, you can just, yeah, like I'll show it one more time. Like this one, you can just copy image, Control C, Control V, square, eyedropper, and then you can do new swatch, and you can name it to like Pantone, TCX, whatever. So that way is probably easier. Whereas if you bring it in this way, like we did earlier, I mean, it still works. It's just more efficient if you. Okay, that one's not gonna let me drag it in, so I'll just drag it in this way. Whereas if you drag it on this way, it saves it as a SWOT or a pattern. So you have a couple ways of doing it, but it's better to do it the way I just showed you. So I definitely would have done that if I had remembered that, but because typically what I'll do is I'll select a entire fill color, and then I'll eyedrop it. That's my preferred method, but I suppose it's good to show you guys a few different ways. Looks like we missed a spot here, so we'll go ahead and get him up to speed. Okay, now that was enough ranting. Let's do the stitches here. There's not as many, so actually there's the same amount basically. But I'm just holding shift and selecting the points. Not those are creases. Boom, boom, and let's see if we can get away with it. I think we will. Okay, we did. All right, now other side. Double clicking until we can get to these. And for the purpose of this, we'll change the back. Actually, no, we'll just double it. I think you guys get the idea of the back pockets, or the pockets and the symbols and stuff. But I'll show you one way you can do the pockets if you don't want to open this file every time. So that. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get rid of this pocket just for demonstration, and I'll show you. Okay, so you see I want to select all these, but that color is in the way, so I'm going to go ahead and Control Y. Okay, I don't know why it's selecting that, but and then I'm going to select these, and it's selecting something here. I don't know why, but yeah, so sometimes you can get rid of selections and keep this one by sometimes just swiping through it and still holding shift. It's kind of wonky sometimes with selections. Like sometimes it likes selecting things it shouldn't, but you'll just kind of, because you can hold shift and select stuff and it will get rid of that collection or add it. It just got out of isolation mode, but yeah, so it's pretty nice, this tool, Control Y, and it looks like it's selecting that middle one, but it's something that's will come to you with time. So yeah, we'll get rid of him. So yeah, we just got rid of our pocket, even though it's in the middle of this thing. It's still in isolation mode. Okay, there we go. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna open our swatches panel. Sorry, symbols. Oh, it looks like it closed. A nice time to review how to open it. So we're gonna go to our Full Catalog Bundle. We're gonna go to brushes and additions and open this symbols file. So it's gonna open one, and we can bring it over, and we're gonna find a pocket. We'll do one of these. It's literally the exact same almost, but the little notch here, so it's okay. But then what we're gonna do is we're gonna scale it, and we're gonna break the link so we can change the color, and we're just gonna direct select it and add our color. Alternate color. looks a little weird, but whatever. And then it's still grouped, so we'll just go ahead and expand it. Why not? And then let's put it here. Rotate a tiny bit. And hit O, Alt over the line you want to reflect it, and then copy. And we have our copy. Let's go ahead and change the stitching. Holding Shift, select. And select. Holding Shift and just clicking each point. And then we're going to do our color. Did we get away with it? We did, okay. All right, almost done with our hoodie. And final element, I'm gonna add a tag here to our neck, and then maybe another patch logo or just an embroidery logo, and we'll call it good. So yeah, were I to redo this in the beginning, I think it would have been more effective for the video if we had done it by just drawing this and then doing our swatch with the eyedropper and then going to fill and then do this instead of dragging it in, because when you drag it in, it creates a pattern instead of a new swatch, which they both work for coloring, but it's a little bit easier when it's a color to, you know, create other patterns, because if you want to create other patterns, so if you're just looking to fill quickly, you know, you can do pattern, but if you want to create, I guess I hadn't really anticipated that we were going to create patterns today. I probably should have, but anyway, yeah, so I'm going to steal a couple tags because they disappeared because my file closed and I didn't want to save it with all this stuff in it. So we're going to steal that. And if you have, like, your brand has like logos and stuff, like, or, you know, tags that you often use, I would go ahead and just save a file of those. And you can even create your own symbols, and you can create your own brushes by going, I'll actually show you in a second. Like, if I wanted to create this is like its own brush, I can do that. And I can name it whatever, and I can drag it out and use it. So you can always create your own brushes and your own symbols, but that's definitely its own video as well. This one's going to be plenty long. So yeah, we're just going to go ahead and bring this in. This nice little touch. And then we'll go ahead and bring in our chest logo very quickly, finishing up this look. Everything already has a stone wash, so I don't think we need to give this one a stone wash as well. Sorry, croaky. Figures. Just double click him, get him in that group. Do right here. Yeah, that's fine. And then we can do like right there. Rotate it just to match the directionality of those sweatpants. There we go, there's our sweatsuit. Go ahead and drag that in. Get out of this guy's hair. Sweatshirt, sweatpants. Control C, Control V. Easy enough. Oh, forgot to group that entirely. My fault. Make sure you always group. And perfect. Put him here. Put him here. Just make sure he's in front. You want the front in the front. And you can see, like, the lines that we have. It's not a huge deal, but I'm going to go ahead and just run this into its actual panel instead, because that is a little bit irksome, but it's not the end of the world. See, new swatch. But just to show you how you can revert that, just select same. I'm just gonna get rid of those. This is gonna kind of get in the weeds of things, but whatever. I'll just do it better from the beginning next time. But yeah, it looks good. We'll add our drop shadow now. Perfect. Looks like it's not there anymore, so we'll just do it. And we had 30%, so we'll go ahead and just do 30. And there we go. There is our, yeah, that's odd how it did it to this, didn't do to this one, but oh well. Just a demo, so it's not a huge deal. But yeah, this is look number 5. Cool. Let's run it up on look 6. This is cardigan, sweater, carpenter shorts, and camp hat. Alright, so yeah, I just went in and I just changed the fill color, or the pattern fill for the swatch fill. So definitely do that in the future. Like I said, usually I'll just get a blank white garment and I'll just eyedrop it, and I won't necessarily create a new swatch, but it's nice for, you know, doing whole collections. You can do that, but it's time for look 6. We're almost there. So we're gonna do a cardigan, sweater, carpenter shorts, and a camp hat for this look. Alright, so I went ahead again and just opened the group files. As you can see, this is a lot faster way, I think, to get things instead of just finding each one individually in the individual files, because you can just grab it from the group and copy and paste it. I had carpenter shorts, but I kind of want to do double knee shorts. So we're going to go ahead and find those. Here they are. We have a couple versions. I want to do the longer versions. Longer double knee shorts. Copy those in, paste those in. Those for Olive. And then we're going to go with sweaters, because I have a cardigan sweater as one of the pieces. The oversized crop. Cardigan sweater. Looks like, yeah, let's do that one. Only need front and back, so that's all I'm going to grab. We're going to go back to our croquis, kind of the workspace. Go ahead and ungroup these. Go ahead and put them on so I can scale them, because it looks like the sweater needs to be scaled down a tiny bit. To be more proportional. Doesn't have to be, you know, crazy accurate, but it is what it is. Bring him down tiny bit. Okay, it shrunk in the wash, but we need to bring it back. Something like this is good. Doesn't have to be crazy. But what I think I want to do for these is I kind of want to show you how to make things mohair. So we're going to go ahead and, oh wait, we need to scale this down too. We're just going to make our hat quickly. Our hat's going to be pretty simple. I'm thinking just a patch logo. And you can see, like, here we have different options. We're going to do the regular snapback, just because it's a little more modern, or a little less gore-core, I should say. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and bring those swatches in and just change them into patterns so we don't have to deal with that, because that was rather annoying. Rectifying what was probably a blunder. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and create swatches. And then if I were doing this for a serious collection, I would name each of these, but it should be fine unnamed. I mean, you can see, and you can create your own swatch library as well. There is a way to connect Adobe, Pantone colors, but that is something you have to pay for. But we can do another video on that. I don't have it anymore, but I will definitely probably get that again in the future. But I'm just going to create new swatches for these, just so I can remember to do that next time. And I can show you how I would just typically color things in the past, and usually just because it's just what I'm used to. Fill. Yeah, like if you want it to be fancy, you can name all these, but you don't have to. Okay, let's see if it brings them over. I don't think it will, but we can see. Yeah, so no, we're just gonna do these in the other document, just because I don't want to have to bring all those over again. Actually, that wouldn't be that bad of a. Just Control C. I think it will save them as. Let's see. Yeah, okay, it brought over our swatches. Okay, so yeah, if you want to bring a color over, you can, if it's been saved as a swatch, you can just go ahead and copy and paste it into your new document. Because typically, what I would do, as you guys have seen, is just select the same fill color or whatever, and then just eyedrop it on, you know, the image. Like I would just eyedrop it on this, and then it basically treats it as its own fill color. So this it treats as a fill color, but it's just a swatch I didn't save. So typically that's what I would do, but for the purpose of the video, I wasn't really doing that. I was doing it off the fill. So definitely create your own swatch if you're going to be doing larger collections. So yeah, what I'm going to do with this one is just kind of play with some panel work, and we're going to create a hat that way. Probably beige at the front. I want to do brown around the other sides, or maybe even red. Be kind of funky. Ooh, maybe black at the front. So yeah, you can. A lot of the pieces are separated into panels that you can play with. Let's see. This would all be red, which is cool. So you can pretty simply just zoom in, tap with A, and get your colors adjusted accordingly. We'll do, I guess, just black. We'll just keep up with the theme. And then these are the inside snap studs things, so we'll just get these up to speed as well. Cool. And why are those? Okay, it looked green for a second because of the highlight around it, but it's all good. Let's see. And then we'll go ahead and grab our patch again. I've been using this patch so much, but it's okay. Little Supreme logo hat. Let's paste it again because it's probably going to use it again. Let's click in here. I was going to group these because I don't need to have them together anymore. Control C, Control V, bring him up. There we go, there's our hat. We can actually tell you what, I want to center it, so I'm just going to let it be its own group, and then I'll just group it with the tag together. Because I want to align it like so, so it's in the center, looks good. Now I want to turn, actually I'm going to do these pants, or these shorts first. Go ahead and bring those over. Group. color, swatch it, easy enough. Actually, he got rid of that, so need to do this. There we go. Yeah, because it has a stroke. I did not realize that. Typically, I like to just use the outline ones if I can. I just find it easier sometimes. For at least color changing, it's a lot easier, but you'll be able to find your preference with experimentation. And then for the sweater, I kind of want to do mohair, give it a mohair effect, so I'm going to go ahead and show you how to do that. Alright, the next thing I'm going to show you is how to create a mohair effect on any kind of garment you want to. Here we're going to do a cardigan sweater, and we're actually going to do it to both of our cardigans at once, just so it's easier. Group, select, same, fill, and stroke. And we're going to add like a scribble effect to mimic the fabric of mohair. So we're going to go to effect, and we're going to go to effect, I believe it's under stylize. Sorry, distort and transform, roughen. And as you can see, it's going to do a scribble, which is put 1%. And you're just going to have to play around. Make sure it's smooth because you want it to be smooth. And you can kind of drag this out till you get to a point you like. I think that looks pretty good. So I think we're going to stick with that. And some points you might not need to roughen. I have decided I'm just going to add one more detail to the shorts just to spice them up a little bit. I'm just going to add this label here just to spice it up a tiny bit. I'm going to try to get it parallel as possible to this. I don't want to get too lost in the weeds though. And that's fine. And then I'm going to show you how to add a mohair effect to anything you want to. This time we're going to do it to a cardigan sweater. So you can go ahead and click the main parts of the body of the garment. And then we're going to go to effect, distort and transform, roughen, and this will pull up a dialog box, and it's going to apply effects to the lines. We are going to put this on 1%, and we're going to make this smooth, because what we're trying to do is mimic the effect of mohair, and then we're going to bring this up until we get something we're happy with. So maybe something like 77, and it'll be just something you play around with until you get something you're happy with. So I think this looks chill for our cardigan, for our mohair. And then I think we will go ahead and expand that just so we can scale it. We'll just go ahead and do it one time. Check to expand appearance. Okay, so that turned it into, it's still a stroke but has points now. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and change the color of them now. We're just going to go ahead and group these. And select, same fill color, you know how it is. And then we're going to do the brown. No, we already did that. I don't want to do the pattern swatch though. Do a green mohair, okay. And then we're going to change the buttons to be black. Black buttons. And we'll dye to match them to be this black. And then we can put in some neck tags, and we're going to be tiny bit lazy and just use the Really, I should have just did that earlier. Kind of space that. I'm new to the kind of teaching thing. I'm not used to having to give a play-by-play of all the things I'm doing in Illustrator, but it's fun. I love it. Thank you for watching. I hope you're learning something if you've made it this far. If anybody still made it this far, comment something. If you made it this far, comment OTB and I'll send you something cool. Comment OTB and comment, I don't know, just tell me what you're going to design. And I'll see if we can send you something cool for making it this far. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and group these and take them into Illustrator. This look was pretty simple, so not too much there. Just wanted to show you guys how to do the mohair effect. Alright, let's go, and we're almost done. We're almost there. Thank you for bearing with me, because this has been a very long tutorial. Now, if anybody has made it this far, you're a real one, like, actually, because I'm still learning on how to create engaging content and really share knowledge in a way that's entertaining and doesn't put people to sleep. So I just went ahead and expanded this. I'm going to ungroup this. And I forgot to ungroup that. Or to group this, sorry. Just going to group all these at one time. I really expand more than you have to, but it's just almost a habit for me. So I'm going to go ahead and arrange these so they're nice and somewhat aesthetic. I did not group that. So go ahead and put these here. And then I'll give everybody their drop shadow that they so clearly want. So you can see that we have like little gaps here. If you were, like if I were doing a tech pack, I would fix that, but just for the purpose of the demo, it's fine. But you could just direct select and kind of isolate that part of it, and then like do Control Y and kind of select all these, and then like bring them down until it was covered. But I mean, for the purpose of the demonstration, it's not a big deal. And even if you don't do that, it's not a huge deal. It's just like a little thing. I mean, it's just a little detail, but yeah, just little stuff like that. And I believe he is good. Let's go ahead and give him their drop shadows. And go ahead and finish this look effect. Stylize, right? Yeah. Drop shadow 30%, please. Thank you. Okay, there is our completed look. Not bad. He's missing a t-shirt, but that's okay. We get the idea of it now. On to the last one. This is the very last one. We're gonna have sweater vest, Oxford, and shorts. We might change a little bit. I'm gonna go ahead and open those files now. Alright, we're back in Illustrator. The final look. This is gonna be a simple one to finish off. Sweater vest, t-shirt, and shorts. It's gonna be kind of to finish with a decently strong look. So we're gonna bring our pieces to our document as we've been doing. And again, you can create any workflow you want to. This is just the one I like to use. Kind of use the croquis file as a sort of work file, and bring the swatches and reference photos and whatnot into here. We're going to use an argyle sweater for this one, so I just brought in
an image, a reference image. And this actually has a layer for references that you can put your stuff into if you really feel like it. That way, if you want to, toggle the visibility of it, you can. It's completely up to you. And you can also lock it so you don't move it. We'll do that just for the demo. And then we're going to grab our sweater from the sweater file. Many different sweater vests to work with, so we'll probably grab this one. Only need the front and the back for the demo. Again, if I were doing a tech pack, I would use all these. So the more detail, the better. And spent a lot of time creating all these details for you so that you could do that. Croquis figures. Oops. So I want to paste in this one. If you get that message, that just means you're trying to paste in a locked layer, and as it says, that are locked or hidden. So just do it in the proper layer, and you won't have an issue. Now I know mesh shorts and sweater vest is quite a interesting look, but it is what it is. Okay, and then we're gonna do a roll neck oversized t-shirt. And that will be our final look. I just wanted to do something with mesh, and I also wanted to do something with the sweater vest, so we're just going to put them in a look together. Why not? Get rid of those, we don't need them. Okay. Get rid of these, we don't need these. So what I'm going to do is the t-shirt first. I'm going to put a little embroidered logo right here. Go ahead and steal that from the hat, or wherever has it most conveniently. We can steal it from him. Remember, this is our embroidery made with the scribble effect. It's gonna go ahead and steal this element. Okay, yeah, I was just making sure it was grouped entirely. Head, drop that in, make it a little bit smaller, and then we'll go ahead and center it. Perfect. This will be a pretty simple piece. I don't think we're going to do much else. And again, if you want to change the crop of something, you can hold shift and select the bottom anchor points, and you can drag them up. Oops, there's middle ones that I forgot about. But yeah, you can just grab these anchor points at the bottom and move them up or down. And what these are, keep forgetting points. But yeah, that's how you move it up and down. And then you can do the same thing for any of the points. Just make sure you mirror it on the other side, whatever you do. And then these points here, these are just detailed crease points. Depending on the fabric you use, you can change them out or what have you, because these are meant to represent most typically cotton jersey, a knit jersey. So that's why there's some there to kind of mimic that fabric a little bit and kind of represent that this is a soft kind of fabric. Yeah, that's good. But yeah, so we're just gonna change the color of this, and we're gonna line this at the bottom. I don't know how to get off, but okay, let's get this going. Oh, he needs to be lowered again. All right, group, select, same color. We'll do our swatch of black. Do a black wash t-shirt maybe. Be kind of fun. Oh, okay, I need to grab another one. Go to brushes. It's just here under fill patterns. Here, stress fading overlays. Grab that one more time. Hopefully at this point everything is reinforcement and you're just really gonna feel a lot more comfortable with these things. Let's put him here. I'm gonna change the color of the mesh shorts too. Group. And then I'll show you methods. So I want to grab all this white, right? But I don't really want to move this mesh because remember how this mesh sits on top. So what I'm going to do instead is draw a box, do default, and then select same fill color. And it's going to select, if I did it correctly, it's going to select all of them. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So yeah, it's going to select all of the white, obviously. So if there's a lot of stuff in the way, like if there's a layer on top of it, because this top layer is not white, it's the mesh pattern. So you can just draw a swatch and select the same fill color. That way it's really easy. But we can do red. Yeah, that's cool. And then we can just do like a simple logo, text logo. Oh, bring our manuscript Gosich. I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that. And we can just do like an O here. OT. I'm just gonna expand both of these. Sometimes I like to expand them when they're on 0, so that way I can, because if you expand it while they're like rotated, then it considers that 0 degrees. I'll show you. See, it considers this 0 degrees even though they're rotated. So if you're gonna expand anything, I'd put it at 0 degrees just so it doesn't treat it as this, because if you wanted to get an exact angle, it'd be a little bit trickier. So always have it at 0 degrees before you expand things. And we'll just have these be a simple screen print. I mean, typically you're not going to want to embroider on mesh because of the holes. So, causes issues. But yeah, that's cool. Actually, I kind of just want one. Okay, yeah, that's cool. And then we can get rid of this, don't need them anymore. Ungroup these. Drawstring we can change. So you notice this was made with the blob brush, so once you're happy with that, you can go ahead and expand it. Probably gonna have to do it a couple times. And then you can click the inside. Change the fill to whatever you want. Let's do that beige kind of color. I almost wonder if we should do a white print. I'm not going to do a TCX print, but you know, just color cohesion. Symbol demo. And then we can add a vintage overlay. So again, this is how you're going to add an overlay. You're going to create a copy of your the item you want. You're going to ungroup it because you only want the outline. Just ungroup it as many times as you need to. Don't need to do it too many times, just enough where you can select the bodices. So this one we'll have to do a couple more times. I think just one more time each. Because what we're trying to do is we're trying to select basically the outline of it. You know what, I think it will work. Let's do this. Let's outline these. Typically this is what I do, but earlier I was having trouble with the patterns, but we have swatches now, so it should be good. Typically what I do is I just expand these. Object, expand appearance, object, expand appearance. Okay, so these are all outlined now, and now what you can do is simply join them And now we have just our outline. And then what we can do is put these on top and kind of create the distressing we want, create the wash we want, play around with it till you get something you like. And kind of just play around. And once you're ready, we'll see how that looks. Then once you're ready, you can bring the base to the top. Select each side, do it separately, not Control Y, Control 7. Control 7. You can put it on top and see how you like it. And we're gonna play around with them, but that's just creating our outline. This is a very circle-centric stone wash, so we're gonna go ahead and kind of isolate selected clipping mask, and we're gonna see what we can get away with. If we could even make these bigger, kind of bring in a wash that way. Maybe we could just do one big one. Maybe like a couple big ones overlapping. This is just gonna be experimentation. There's no golden rule to follow to create a cool wash effect. And it's not even going to look exactly like this when the garment's made in real life. It's just for to help your manufacturer see what it is you're trying to do. So honestly, that looks pretty good for the front one, and we'll go ahead and do the back one now. Just make sure it lines up. We don't want this grouped yet. What one is this? This is the okay, we're good now. We go ahead and center those. So this one looks good. This is from, looks like it's not entirely center. We'll just take these points, and we'll move them up here. Same thing with the ones down here. Move him up. Cool, he's good now-ish. Still has a couple more points that need to be fixed, which is good. It's all good. Just take this one out. And manipulating points is just something you'll get used to with time. Actually, yeah, that's good, that's good. Now we're gonna play with this one and kind of figure it out. I think what I'm gonna do is just make a bigger one like that side, and kind of have like a side one too. I don't need so many. Like that one as well. And then maybe like one right here. Maybe. And this will just depend on your taste. I mean, and like I said, it's not gonna look. If you were to send in, they're not gonna mimic the stone wash exactly to your vector flat illustration, but they'll do their best, I'm sure. Hopefully. Honestly, that works for our t-shirt, so we'll go ahead and center that and group those. Looks like we need to lower it down a little bit, maybe. So let's see if we can align and center. Okay, I think we're good now. Okay, we're good. All right, so that, And you can play with the opacity too. So if you didn't want it to be as strong, let's see what 50 looks like. So yeah, then it's toned down a little bit more, and we can almost even do that. And you can drag out this bar. We can even do like a little light wash. This can be a not so intense wash. But yeah, now we got like a vintage dark wash. We got our mesh shorts. I'm gonna go ahead and group these now. Group, group, group. So yeah, it's the same thing. Like if you wanted to change the length of shorts, you can just A, and then select the bottom line, and kind of just pull it up or down depending on your taste. And if you want to see where something's going to kind of sit, you can obviously bring it onto the croquis and get a more accurate idea to see what it's kind of at right now. And then you can raise or lower it depending on your taste. So now we're going to do our sweater. And this doesn't really go with the fit, but it's okay. I wanted to do an argyle sweater and I had to get it in somewhere, so you know the drill at this point. Select same fill color. I want to do brown, and our brown color isn't in here as a swatch, so I'll go ahead and bring it in. So I just drew a square, eyedropper, go to the swatches and just click new swatch, and you can name it if you want to. So now it's treating it as a swatch, so it's going to be easier to use. Select same. Sorry, I forgot to isolate the selected groups. Select same fill color. Alright, now we're going to do brown. And for the ribbing, I'm going to do a beige. And part of the reason I wanted to do the sweater is because we haven't really done anything with changing the color with ribbing. There's a couple ways you can do it. You can like get close and click A and hold shift, which is what I'll do sometimes. And of course just hold shift the whole time, just make sure you're doing that, and then you can change the color that way. Or what you can do is just ungroup it, and then you can grab these are clipping masks right here with the ribbing. See, I guess that's a group, but yeah, if you can see here, it's a clipping mask of ribbing, so that's what that's from. But yeah, so this has been ungrouped. So another thing you can do is, yeah, you can just move these out of the way, and then change the color. But I typically like to just zoom in and change it. It's a little bit of clicking, but then you don't have to worry about dragging them back into place. But if you drag them out of place, just make sure you hold shift so it's exactly above or exactly below, and I'll show you what I mean in a second. Yeah, we're just changing the fill. Or in this situation, you could have also just used the eyedropper tool and eyedropped it. So that's usually what I do. I'll usually just have my images here, my swatch images, and then I'll just eyedrop them. So as you've seen, we've gone over 3 different ways of coloring things, but there's a million. So yeah, when you eyedrop it, it can get rid of the stroke, so just be aware of that. And it seems that the best method is to just eyedrop with a square and then add that as a swatch. Because yeah, there's a few ways of doing it, but you have options. So what we're gonna do now is I want to create like an argyle pattern, just a little one, and that's what I have a reference here for. So we'll go ahead and create something really quick. I'm gonna do M square tool, get rid of our stroke. I clicked X to bring that on top, and then I put the swatch back on top, or the fill color back on top. I'm gonna hold Shift and rotate, and then I'm gonna hold Alt and hang on. Let's see, Alt. Let's keep it as a square now. I don't want a perfect square. Might have to do it the other way first. Okay, that's fine. I'll just do it this way. Okay, so I'm just gonna grab these points. Let's see, it's been a little while since we've done this. I've done this, but I'm feeling kind of saucy. There's the shear tool, and you can see if, oh, I almost did it. Oh no, almost. Is it Shift? Control. Being a little funky, but anyway, I almost got it. Because what you can do with the shear tool is you can, it's one of the many innumerable tools, but you can like bring points of a square together. It's a really funky tool. As you can see, it's like sealing the different points. It doesn't really like, I don't know, it's a very weird tool, but one thing you can use it for is kind of shearing things, or just making them like this. So it's nice in that way, but I don't find myself using it very much, which is why I kind of neglected to remember it for now. But what we're gonna do is we're just gonna break off this end, and we're gonna create our diamond shape, and we're just gonna bring this in a little bit. And then we out a little bit more, and then we're gonna hit V, grab the O, Alt, hold Alt and click, copy, and we're gonna select these two and unite them so now they're one shape. And then we're just gonna create a couple copies and drag them out. You see how this is giving us guidelines and stuff? We want that. We're gonna create that, and we're gonna give these default, and then we're gonna get rid of it so we have like a little pattern there. We're gonna bring these out to our points, and out to our points. I mainly wanted to create an Argyle pattern or something like that, just because it would be a nice demo. I thought it'd be a nice demo of basic shape manipulation. And then we're gonna give him brown and fill him up a little bit. Our base color, okay. So we can't use brown, but we can probably use that beige or that khaki kind of color. See how that looks. I'll go ahead and group this. I'm gonna go ahead and expand it, because if we brought it down now, that stroke would be very thick, a lot thicker than I kind of want. So we're just gonna expand it now. And again, if I were, using like if I were doing a tech pack or something, or making this a real design, I'd absolutely save it this step just so I could go back and manipulate it. But since this is just a demo, we're okay with just expanding it now. But yeah, always keep copies. Always keep copies of your work. So what we're gonna do now is bring this down to our sweater and give him his little graphic. This is a very deep neck sweater, and you can make this collar smaller if you wanted to. It's just the style of the sweater. Oh, these are still grouped. You'll be grouping and ungrouping a lot, but one thing I want to say about the shortcuts, sometimes it's just easier to just do it on these panels, because Control G can be a little awkward to get to sometimes. So depending on what it is, you might just end up using the buttons on the screen more. This really depends on the shortcut and where it is, because some are hard to find and some are easy. I think everything is grouped properly, so we can go ahead and bring these into our final sample collection page. Get out of him. I'm using the Z tool, clicking in to zoom in, holding Alt to zoom out, Control V, range these a bit. These are really big. Go ahead and make everything a little bit smaller just so it can fit. It doesn't need to be that small, but we'll scale it back up in a little bit. Let's put the shorts over here. These here. These here. These here. And then we can go ahead and scale up. Yeah, I'm not sure you'd want to wear these together, but these can just be considered supplemental items for the drop. You know, we won't call this designing a collection, we'll call it designing a drop. Oh, and we didn't even add a tag. We'll do that last touch, last thing, I promise. And I think I have it in symbols actually. No, I don't. Okay. I thought I had saved it. Oops. I want this tag. Or these tags, I should say. This one needs to be moved up. This can't be floating. Direct select those so it can get it. And give me both of these. Okay, they're copied. Okay, last thing, I promise. And that will be it. Done more than enough for one tutorial, I would say. Give them their drop shadows, and then we will call it good. 30%, cool. Okay. I'm gonna jump into Illustrator. I want to show you guys a few last tricks before we kind of call it wraps. So I'm here making the title card actually, and for the video, and what I want to show you is, so if you want to scale, you know, these things up and down, really the main reason you're gonna be outlining is for the strokes. But sometimes when you have things like clipping masks like here, it's gonna be a little funky if you outline it. I'll go ahead and show you if you expand it. So I'm gonna show you the workaround. So yeah, it's a little funky when you have masks and things like the mesh. They don't really like to be outlined that much. For some reason that one was smaller. Anyway, so a workaround you can do is, because the main reason you're outlining is so that these can be scaled, you know, the stitching can be scaled. So what you can do is you can find an instance of a stroke, you know, of stitching, and what you can do is you can go to select same stroke weight, and this will select everything that's 0.25. So for the most part that's a lot of the stitching. And what you can do then is just go to object, expand appearance again, and that will take care of a lot of the stitching for you. You might have to do it twice. Select same stroke weight and just do it again, and that should solve the issue. So now theoretically you should be able to scale without much issue, and we may have to do it to the outlines. So what you can do for, because a lot of these are 0.12 or 0.25, and then the outlines of a lot of the garments are 1. So what you can do is just draw a regular square with a 1-point stroke, and then select same stroke weight again, and this time it will select all the 1-point stroke weights. And then what we can do is object, hopefully you don't have any issues. We can do it again, fingers crossed, no issues. I think we got away with it. Okay, I think we got away with it. Okay, so now our you can see this is outlined. So now we can scale these without issue, and we didn't cause any problems for our clipping mask. So we're gonna go ahead and scale these now, but I just wanted to show you that trick one last time, because if you just straight up expanded all these, it would have given it issues. So if you have clipping mask, I would potentially do that for 0.25, and then the 1-point stroke, and then the one. So you're gonna do it for the 1-point stroke and the 0.25 stroke. Those are the ones you're gonna do it for. If you have a bunch of clipping mask or other stuff like that, it's almost easier. And actually, it's probably a good thing that this happened, because so what happened here was this clipping mask had a stroke, and you expanded it, or I expanded it because it had a 1-point stroke on it. So just don't expand that. If you're gonna expand, I'll just redo and then redo release clipping mask, because what I'll show you about clipping mask is, did not mean to do that. What I'll show you about clipping mask is that if you want to scale like what's inside it, it needs to be fully outlined. So just make sure you do that before you create the clipping mask, because clipping mask cannot be expanded. So yeah, if you add a again, that's Control-7. So if you direct select the circle and add a stroke to it, don't expand it, otherwise that will happen again. Object expand. So yeah, you'll see it happen. So just, if you're gonna do that 1-point or 1-point stroke thing, just get rid of it on any clipping mask you have. Like that, you'll notice that's why we didn't do them on here. Like this clipping mask, we'll get to it eventually. This clipping mask has no stroke, so you're definitely going to want to keep no stroke on your clipping mask so you can expand them easier. So yeah, that's that. Just wanted to hop on, and he's a tough one to delete. Just wanted to hop on and give you that one last tip. This is the final collection, the final drop, the final look. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. This was a fairly comprehensive overview of Adobe Illustrator for fashion design. We'll have more digestible videos out as well for those looking for specific things, but this kind of assumed no knowledge of, or minimal knowledge of, Adobe Illustrator. Hopefully this was helpful to people. That's why we're here. We're here to make designers' lives easier, help you have more time so you can really give worthy attention to other aspects of fashion design, because it's more than just Adobe Illustrator. And as you can see, it can take a while, so having those design assets can really help you expedite your design process while still maintaining, quality flats, quality tech packs. Be sure to check our other in-depth videos. We've got a video on tech packs right now, and we're creating more as we speak about branding, Illustrator, etc. But we may continue the series and get a little bit more advanced. I feel like I covered a lot of bases with this one, but if you guys have any questions, feel free to comment below or email us at info@onthebiasdesign.com, or just send us DM or whatever. And again, we have an Adobe Illustrator class, so feel free to join that under resources and classes. And this is a recurring free twice weekly class every Tuesday and Thursday. So hope to see you there. thank you again for watching. This has been Jack Weiss with On the Bias Design, designing with the Full Catalog Bundle. Happy designing and have a great rest of your week. Okay, another brief interjection. I was watching back the video and I realized I forgot to show you guys this trick. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna show you how to kind of create a pattern to mimic a fabric using a swatch from the internet. So what you can do is you can look up, you know, a swatch of, say, you want to do denim. So you can look up a swatch of denim, and what you can do is you can copy and paste that, or just save it and then place it into your document. And we're just gonna do a pair of jorts quick. Oops, not that close. Just to show you guys how you can do this really fast. So we copied it, and we're gonna make him go this way. Anyway, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a swatch. So we're gonna open this panel and put this in here. Or sorry, we're gonna create a pattern first. That basically created the pattern, so I guess we can keep it that way. And we'll test it to see if it worked. So what this did was it created a pattern for us. So if we draw a square, theoretically it should have this on a repeat. So no matter how big it is. Okay, yeah, that's decent. Okay, so what you can do then is you can apply that to your garments. So again, select same fill color, and we can go ahead and apply our fill, and boom, there you go. You have a denim texture. And again, if you want to scale the pattern, you can hit S, do that, do unclick transform objects and do only transform patterns. And then theoretically, sometimes you might have to do it a couple times. It looks like it did it. Sometimes it's hard to tell when it's something like this, but I think it did it. But yeah, and then you can rotate, direct select R, and then holding the tilde and kind of dragging that way. It's not completely necessary to do that, but so yeah, that's how you would add a pattern, and you can do that for, you know, plaid, anything like that. And another thing you can do is if you know what fabric you're going to use, you can just go ahead and take a swatch from your supplier. This is a website, this is a business I really like to get denim from. It's Pacific Blue Denim. Here's their website, and you can just, like for example, you can just find a swatch from your supplier or your factory and just use that directly to create your texture for your garment. So that was a quick note I forgot to go over, but yeah, pretty good tip to have. So definitely do that with your designs, because it can help with your tech packs a lot and communicating types of fabric. And I guess I'll show you one more thing. So if you really wanted to, this is an image right now, but if you really wanted to, you could vectorize this. You can go to window, image, trace. I believe I already have it open, but I'll just show you where it is. Okay, here it is. So you can image trace this, double click it, preview. It's on black and white right now, but you can do color, and it will sometimes take a little bit. But basically what this does is it will turn it into a vector, and you kind of have to play with it. This doesn't look very good, so usually I just leave it as an image. But you know, if you bring in a black and white logo, or like if you bring in a logo from your brand or whatever, that's like a pixely image, you can bring it into the image trace and do it this way. This will definitely be its own video at some point, but basically this is one use for it for fashion design. Like I said, typically I'll leave them in the image format, it does the job well enough. And you can see even here, after playing with the image for a while, it's not really getting a very good result. So it really just depends on what kind of fabric you have. It works well for things like lace or plaids. It's okay with sometimes, but usually I just prefer to leave in the image. But we'll go ahead and stop that because I don't think it's going to look very good. So yeah, that's image trace quickly and a little bit more about swatches with fill using an image, swatch image. Back to the regular video. All right, another interjection. So I was watching again, and I think I missed also going over brushes as viscerally as I should have. So we're gonna go ahead and run over how to change brushes really quickly, and then some quirks that you might come across, just so you can be aware of those. So we're gonna go ahead and jump into Illustrator. So we have so technically this isn't, I'm just gonna go ahead and isolate this so we can get here directly. Again, double click to isolate, double left click. So this actually isn't a brush. This is a stroke with a dash. So that basically just puts this gap here. But we're gonna go ahead and open some brushes so you can see what would happen. So we're gonna go ahead into other library, go to where we saved our brushes from the master bundle, the full catalog bundle, and then we're gonna hit brushes and just bring it in. So if we were to, typically what you do is click a line and apply it, but you can see it has issues because it's this is technically just a stroke or a stroke with a dashes in it. So what you can do is hit D for default on these like dashed lines. Most of the time you see these, it will be it won't be a brush technically. Like this isn't a brush. This is it's a single needle top stitch, but it has this dash here. So what you can just do is click it very quickly. You can just hit D and then hit the / to give it no fill, and then you can go ahead and click whatever you were wanting to. Whatever brush you want to. This is how you change brushes. Change brushes. Yeah, you just click on these, and that's how you apply it. And you can do that to any line. You can apply it to shapes even. Like here's a square. Just make sure it can have a fill, I guess, still, but it just wouldn't make sense for things like stitching. So just yes, it just would look awkward. So typically you're gonna have no fill, but yeah, you can apply them to shapes even. They're not the best with shapes. Typically it's best to just apply them to straight lines like this, but the option is there. Like for example, if you're doing a tag, let's say, you can Control C, Control F, make it smaller and kind of hammer it into place, and you can let's see, we're single needle top stitch. This is seamless stitching. Typically you can hover over and it'll give you the name. So like, yeah, that's something you'd use. Like you see we're doing it in a box, so that's just how you change them. But yeah, if you come across that issue, if you come across this issue and it's like having it and it's like doing this weird thing, that's the issue. If you want to see what it looks like normally, you can drag it out and that will give you kind of the instance of it. But yeah, so always do a straight line, or always do I would make sure before you apply a stroke you have no fill and you have just the 1 point stroke, unless you're doing like a shape or something with a color, because sometimes you'll do a distressed outline or something, but yeah, so that's a little bit more about brushes. Hopefully that helps a little bit more. And most of the brushes will be normal. It's just like these, these that will be the dashed lines. So, and like the actual dashed lines, they're strokes, but they're not brushes, if that makes sense. Like these are brushes, even though they're dashed. But like this one, you can just treat normally and apply whatever brushes you want by just clicking. So yeah, that's a little bit more information about the brushes panel. I just wanted to really give more information on it so I didn't leave anything out. All right, back to the video again. I just want to trace back to a point I missed about brushes, and then also a point about files. So we're gonna go ahead and jump back into Illustrator here. Okay, so first, brushes. So as you know, it's gonna be a stroke that our brush is applied to. As you'll be able to see here, you click here and it's applied to the line. But what I accidentally neglected to show you was that you can change the size of the stroke instance or the brush instance by changing the stroke width. So yeah, basically it's pretty self-explanatory, but depending on what you're going for or what scale you're working at, you can kind of scale up or down. And then again, expanding this will create shapes of all the instances in the brush, as you can see. So and then you could even like ungroup these and take them out if you wanted to. And then the point I wanted to make about files, I'll just show you an example of what I usually use the brush scaling for, especially these two. I think there's three. Okay, it's this one and this one. This is like a raw edge brush. You can see it comes pretty big, but what you can do is you can scale that down. I typically do this as a 1.25, but it really just depends on the level of distressing you're trying to emulate and whatnot. And then the other point about files. So typically, if you're gonna be using these like group files or even these individual files in the full catalog bundle, I would always recommend you do nothing but copy and paste from these and into another document. The reason I would do that is because if you change one of the garments in here or something, and then you save it without saving it as a different name, then you can kind of lose the original template, if that makes sense. I mean, if you don't care about keeping it, that's fine, but what I would do is, like, if you're working in this document or even if you're working in other documents, what you can do is save as, and then you can have V1 or V2 or just save steps of your work process, so that way you don't work on something and then you lose progress, or if you want to go back and edit something but you can't because you didn't save a version of it. And you can also save versions of the garment like within the document at different iterations. Just on this side area here that we were talking about, you can save versions there. But I'd always recommend saving alternate versions of your actual designs. And then if you're like working in one of these documents and then you close, or just any document, it's always going to ask you if you want to save changes. In this case, since we're working with our like template document, like our main template document, I'm just going to go ahead and say no. And then so yeah, always save versions of your file, and you can save different names, so that way it will be its own independent document. Because if you save it as the same name, it's going to override anything that existed before it with that same file name. So make sure you change your file name to whatever version it is you're working on. Back to the normal video. All right, Postscript. I just wanted to hop onto Illustrator. I was doing something. I was making the title card still, and I kind of realized I forgot to say something. So I'm gonna go ahead and show you that now. What I wanted to show you was one of the main reasons why you'd use toggle the visibility on the layers panel, and that would be to see, you could see how a logo looked, a graphic looked, a certain neckline looked. You can go into the layers panel, you can toggle the visibility, and you can kind of see it with and without. So that's kind of something you can use it for, because I was seeing if I preferred this with this background image or without, and I think I like it better. I think I like it better with, actually. Guess we'll find out. Guess you'll see when the video is published whether I chose that one or not. But that was it. Okay, video complete. Thank you for watching. If you made it this far, comment your favorite piece and maybe I'll send you something cool. Thank you again for watching. This has been Jack with On the Bias Design. All right, one final look. We're just gonna review our entire collection and kind of see what we made. Just for a quick recap, so yeah, we have a mohair sweater, some pleated shorts, double knee shorts. Kind of went for a spring summer collection kind of thing. But this is how it came out. This has been the On the Bias Design collection video number 1. We might do more in the future depending on if we missed any bases, and obviously this video was quite long. This was kind of a comprehensive course. If you have questions about smaller things, we're going to do more tidbits too, and I tried to add chapters, so it's at least somewhat fairly organized. Obviously I'm very new to the tutorials thing, so we'll figure it out with time. But I really do appreciate you watching. Like, comment, subscribe. We'll be posting many more tutorials, and in the future they'll definitely be a lot better. Again, you can visit our website onthebiasdesign.com to find hundreds of fully editable vector fashion flat templates, resources, blogs, manufacturers, etc. It's all there. Go ahead and check it out, and be sure to subscribe here for notifications of new videos. Have a great day and happy designing.